Dear guests, please sit down. We are about to start. You have to speak close to the mic. Hi, last persons in the coffee room, please go into the main room.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to invite all of you to take a chair, so we will start in a few minutes. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon. We are very happy and glad to have all of you today for the public event of the second ECOS annual event. And so we have different speakers for the welcome speeches. And I would like first to invite Tomasz Łęczki, who is the director of the National Museum in Poznań, so our host for today. And I would like first to thank you for the invitation and for the organization of the day. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and friends, my name is Tomasz Łęczki. It is very difficult for us. Łęczki. Oh, really? It's my great pleasure to welcome you in Poznań National Museum for the international conference. I hope that the space of our museum, I think, great, big space, I hope that the space of our museum will inspire reflection and help create new collaborations. Poznań Supercomputing and Network Center is a competent and progressive company, highly respected in our city, in big Poznań, in our fantastic city. I personally greatly value our cooperation. Together we have delivered many successful projects. Thank you for being here, and I wish you all an inspiring conference, the big conference in our museum in Poznań, in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomasz, and thank you to all your team for the organization of the day and for hosting the event today. So I would like now to invite Robert Pekal, who is the director of PCSS, so our Polish partner in the ECOS project.
Good afternoon. I will say, like director of museum, my name is Robert Pekal. So it's difficult, but it's in. So yes, once more, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to Poznań, to this building, to the museum, and to PCSS. On behalf of PCSS, Centrum Superkomputerowo-Sieciowe, or the English name Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, I would like to offer you our warmest welcome. We, as PSNC, are truly honored to host this ECOS meeting at our institution. And we are delighted to welcome such an esteemed group of guests, our project partners, representatives from European Commission, public authorities, researchers, and members of the cultural heritage community. Thank you for joining us today. For PCSS, this occasion is a very special one. It is a privilege to welcome you here. And it is a privilege to see Poznań become a place for dialogue, for cooperation, and for shared European ambition. We are proud that this important conversation is taking place here in Poznań and at our center. And we are especially pleased to bring together so many people from different countries, different institutions, and different professional communities all united by a common purpose. That purpose is the future of the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, the ESSSH. ECHOS is an ambitious project and very focused on forward-looking. It's helping to shape a shared European digital environment for cultural heritage, a space where museums, archives, libraries, universities, and research centers can work together more closely and more effectively. A space where data, tools, services, and knowledge can come together. And a space that supports collaboration across institutions, across disciplines, and across borders. We believe that this is both timely and deeply important, because cultural heritage today requires more than digitization alone. It requires trusted infrastructure. It requires interoperability. It requires openness, sustainability, and a long-term vision. And above all, it requires a spirit of cooperation. This is why we, as an organization, as PCSS, is so strongly committed to EUCOS. As the leader of Work Package 6, we are responsible for infrastructure and interoperability. In practical terms, this means helping to build the technical foundation on which this shared cloud can grow. A foundation that must be robust, open, connected, and designed to serve many different countries. We are proud to contribute to this work. And we are proud to support a project that has potential to create lasting value for cultural heritage in Europe. We are also proud to be the only one Polish partner in this consortium. We see this as both an honor and responsibility. It's an opportunity to contribute our experience, our knowledge, and our infrastructure to an initiative of real European significance. And it is opportunity to help shape something meaningful, practical, and lasting. As today hosts, together with National Museum, we hope that this meeting will offer space for thoughtful discussion, new ideas, and strong cooperation. We hope your time in Poznań will be both productive and inspiring. Thank you once again for being here, and please welcome my all gratitude to all of you joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, for representing PCSS today. And I would like now to invite Richard Bergs, from the policy officer from the DGRTD European Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'm also very happy to be here in this nice room, see all of you in this nice city, and all of us being online, of course. No? I think it's a very timely event to, in this public way, try to explain to everyone where we are and where we are going with this fascinating project, the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, and bring, hopefully, all of us together in this common understanding and a common route towards the future. In many ways, I think, those who are here this morning, I think we are in a critical moment of the development of the Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, with a lot of challenges ahead, but with even more opportunities. And as you know, at the European level, we have a lot of challenges right now. We have a lot of very severe challenges. And again, you may be forgiven to ask if is this the time to invest in a cultural heritage cloud? But I would argue time to do it. It is now that a cultural heritage cloud is more important than it ever will be. As probably many of you would agree with, European resilience and prosperity are not built on weapons or industry alone. It is built on who we are. It's built on where we belong. And this is where Europe's cultural heritage is a key. And where we need something like the collaborative cloud to forward the research and innovation in this area. We need ambitious initiatives in Europe, like the cloud, but also like the common European data space for cultural heritage, the European Open Science Cloud. We need research infrastructures in the area, like ERIS, Daria, or Clarin, that have been here also and are present, I believe, today. And we need all of these initiatives to cooperate in a productive manner, to complement and mutually reinforce each other. This is maybe the most important message. We have a unique opportunity to achieve something which will be really groundbreaking if we manage. And we can only do this together. We can only do this together. We cannot achieve this if every project, every initiative goes its own way. So, again, you will hear me saying this several times, but it's very essential to collaborate. And for this reason, I'm especially happy for the advanced cooperation that has developed between the Collaborative Cloud and the data space for cultural heritage, that we will hear more about in a little bit later this afternoon. This is a very good starting point. We all know that cooperation and synergies are much more challenging in reality than in theory. You know that the long array of failed company mergers is a testimony to this. But with the great teams we have in these initiatives, motivated and dedicated, I'm confident that we will achieve it. And we have a very urgent task ahead. There's not a lot of time to do it, so my final words would be, let's get on, let's do it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricard. So I would like to invite your colleague from the DG Connect, Katarina Mutoiani. Thank you very much.
So, good afternoon from me to everyone here. I will join my colleagues for really saying that it's a great pleasure being in this beautiful room, beautiful space. And thank you very much to the organizers, the consortium, the hosts. And I would like to say that I will speak a little bit on the part of the digital policies that the Commission has, which frame initiatives such as the Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, and also other initiatives such as the Data Space for Cultural Heritage. We should not forget that the Commission has supported digitization, digital preservation, and online access to cultural heritage for many years through consecutive policy programs and funding actions. Many years ago, the Europeana initiative started, and with the support of the Commission, the Member States, the cultural heritage institutions, has strived to democratize and broaden access to Europe's digitized cultural heritage. Now we have the data space for cultural heritage that builds on these foundations, and is part of the ecosystem of data spaces framed under the European data strategy and its vision to create a European single market for data. The Cultural Heritage Cloud is a new initiative, very ambitious one and rapidly developing, and it will offer this additional infrastructure, variety of additional tools and services for the cultural and heritage research communities, and will further support the digital transformation of the sector. We often have the discussion about what is common between the two initiatives, what is different. The initiatives have different scope and different perspectives, but also they have complementarities that can be exploited. Communities are also not the same, but they're also intersecting as regards at least the cultural heritage sector. And of course, both initiatives significantly contribute to common goals and EU priorities. They're part of the Culture Compass, the EU's strategic framework for culture as regards the digitization and digital transformation, contributing to Europe's competitiveness, resilience, and cohesion. Then there's also a lot that the cloud, the collaborative cloud for cultural heritage can offer in helping member states and the cultural heritage institutions digitize in 3D, which is something that the recommendation, the Commission recommendation of 2021 to the member states really has as one of its main encouragements to member states to digitize in 3D and preserve cultural heritage at risk and the most visited monuments and sites and other types of cultural heritage. Finally, there's the Apply AI strategy, another policy where we see things in common. The Apply AI strategy supports the uptake and the scaling up of AI technologies for the creation of 3D digital twins of cultural heritage monuments and sites. And we see that there are a number of projects, of the sister projects, for example, in the cloud ecosystem that work in this direction. We have some of them who will be invited to speak in one of our events next week. So there are definitely a lot of common areas which can be leveraged to gain from the collaboration. Maybe I should also say that the data space for cultural heritage will also evolve. So in addition to maintaining the established aggregation infrastructure that allows cultural heritage institutions to share high-quality digitized content and metadata, it will also develop a catalog offering access to more diverse data types, decentralized sharing methods, and control over the shared data, in this way facilitating interoperability with other initiatives. The strategy 2025-2030, which has been co-created by the Commission, the Member States, and the community, is published, and I would really warmly invite you to explore it, because there are a lot of interesting things in it. The joint statement between the two initiatives, which will be presented later today, marks the beginning of a closer collaboration, as mentioned already by my colleague Ricard. And of course, there are many challenges and a lot of details need to be clarified, defined, but nevertheless, it's an important first step in joining forces. And the ultimate aim is really to maximize the benefits for the cultural and heritage communities, as well as for Europe's data economy, competitiveness, and innovation. So thank you once again, and really I look forward to the rest of the presentations this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Katerina, and thank you for bringing this important topic, and we will discuss it further in the afternoon. And I would like now to invite Patrizio Ortiz-Olatore from the Research Executive Agency.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending this second annual ECOS event. I'm Patricio Ortiz de la Torre. I'm head of sector in the Inclusive Society Unit at the European Research Executive Agency, the REA. That REA is managing and implementing Cluster 2 of Horizon Europe program on behalf of the European Commission. We are very pleased to see so many participants emphasizing the importance of ECOS, whose vital mission is to set up the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage. We appreciate an update of the progress made so far during today's event. And tomorrow we have organized the Coordinators' Day for ECOS new sister projects. These 10 tools were selected during the evaluation of the cloud call for proposals in spring last year. With its aim of an inclusive, holistic approach to digital transformation of both tangible and intangible cultural heritage, there is no lack of ambition on ECOS. Naturally, this high level of ambition and such a broad partnership requires a lot of good coordination and hard work. It has naturally taken time to establish and settle in. However, as ECOS approaches to end of its second year, with only 3 years left, this admirable ambition needs to be converted into concrete actions and results. To ensure the success and long-term sustainability of ECOS outputs and outcomes, whether a policy recommendation, product, tool, or platform, need to be valid, useful, and most importantly, accepted by the community. ECOS has a large stakeholder community. There are 52 organizations involved in ECOS, 21 cloud projects, and around 90 external players in digital cultural heritage. Plus, of course, all of us from various parts of the European Commission. Understandably, with such a large community participating in and interested in ECOS, there are many demands and a plethora of requirements. But as ever, it is not possible to please everyone all the time. Now is the time for setting priorities in order to create something of long-lasting use for the community. Following a successful starting phase, bold decisions and decisive coordination are now required to make a success of the final 3 years of ECOS life. Demos and mock-ups that nicely showcase the potential now need to turn in something that actually works in the real hard and software environment. As property developers always say, if you build it, they will come. So community building needs to take a slight back seat now, as it will naturally follow the development of useful tools. Otherwise, there is a danger of becoming stuck in a chicken and egg situation. So for ECOS, it doesn't matter which came first, the result is more important. So we urge you to continue the established cooperation, but to accelerate, set priorities, and concentrate on concrete results. Once again, many thanks to all the organizers of ECOS event and to our host here, the National Museum of Poznań, and I look forward to an interesting and useful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricio, for this inspiring speech and for being with us today. We are very honored of it. And I would like now to give the floor to Xavier Rodier, who is the ECOS coordinator. So Xavier, please.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you, dear all. I'm very, very happy to open this public session this afternoon for the second annual event, or the second ECOS annual event. For several reasons, I have already said that this morning inside the consortium with the CITOL project, but firstly is the second annual event of the project. As the first took place at the start of the project, there has been a significant gap between the two, during which we worked in various setups. It's therefore a real pleasure to have this future opportunity to invite stakeholders in the cultural heritage sector to join the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage Partners for this progress update on the Cultural Heritage Cloud. All this event in Poland represents a double chance. On the one hand, to travel in another part of Europe and meet the local stakeholders, and particularly here in this museum. On the other, to highlight the importance of the PCSS, because a Polish partner which is particularly involved in the development of the Cultural Heritage Cloud. And thanks also. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire PCSS team for their warm welcome and their unfailing support in organizing this week. As indeed, the ECOS members have been in Poznań since Monday and will remain here until Friday, which is a very busy agenda. I would also like to extend my warmest thanks to the National Museum for hosting us today. So where do we stand today? After less than 2 years of working with ECOS partners. That is a question that we will attempt to address this afternoon by presenting ECOS in action as we build the Cultural Heritage Cloud. In particular, we will outline the mapping and the development of the ECCH European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage community, the architecture and technical development of the cloud, and finally, the ways we are exploring to ensure the governance and long-term sustainability of the Cultural Heritage Cloud. But ECOS is not embarking on this journey alone. That's why we will be holding a roundtable discussion with our sister project, which you can discover during the break through the exhibition and the display nearby. Together, we are building and structuring the Cultural Heritage Cloud ecosystem with, as my predecessor said before, a strong responsibility in this project. But first, furthermore, the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage is also part of a broader European policy in support of cultural heritage, as say Ricard and Katarina before. Notably, the data space for cultural heritage. This is why the teams responsible for rolling out these initiatives are jointly declaring their commitment to working together during the afternoon. And I'm very happy to attend these first steps and to achieve this first step and to formalize this agreement. But first and foremost, we will have the pleasure to listening two keynote lectures. Following this welcome address, Thomas Sparkola from PCSS on the Piast AI Factory and its offer for the cultural heritage sector. And to conclude the session, Katarina Freys from the European Research Infrastructure ERI on an introduction of the European Holocaust Research Infrastructure on opportunities for cooperation with the Cultural Heritage Cloud. Welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining us here in Poznań or also online. I hope you will enjoy this public event dedicated to the Cultural Heritage Cloud. Thank you.
And before starting our public event, I would like to invite our last speaker, Katarzyna Walecko, so representative from the Polish Ministry of Culture and National Heritage.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Polish Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, I would like to warmly welcome all participants of this event and thank the organizers for creating this opportunity to meet and exchange ideas among researchers, heritage experts, and policymakers. Our presence here clearly shows how important collaboration is for the future of heritage in Europe. I would like to also extend a special thanks to the Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, not only for hosting this event, but also for its long-standing contribution to the Polish and European digital ecosystem. It's meaningful that this event takes place at the National Museum in Poznań, a place dedicated to preserving and sharing cultural treasures. The fact that an event hosted by a leading scientific center takes place here symbolically reflects the partnership we want to strengthen today, close cooperation between culture, science, and digital technologies. In Poland, protecting cultural heritage and making it accessible to the public is one of our key priorities. In recent years, we've been investing in digitization programs, digital repositories, and wider online access to collections. But digitalization alone is not enough. The real value of digital heritage emerges when these resources become part of a wider ecosystem of knowledge, when data, tools, and expertise can be shared across institutions, disciplines, and national borders. And this is, in fact, the essence of the cloud. From a public policy perspective, projects like the cloud are particularly valuable. They help create a meeting point for the cultural sector and the research community, support open science and wider access to knowledge, and help ensure that Europe's cultural heritage remains accessible and meaningful in the digital age. Projects like ECOS also demonstrate the strength of European collaboration. By building networks across borders, we strengthen our resilience, our ability to support one another, not only in times of stability, but also in times of crisis. Meetings like this play an important role in shaping the future of cooperation between culture and science in Europe. And I'm sure that the discussions taking place here will contribute to that goal. Thank you, and I wish you a pleasant stay in Poznań, and have a great evening today here in this beautiful place. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our speakers for the welcome speeches, and I would like now to launch the public event with the first keynote speaker, who is Tomasz Parkola from PCSS, about the Piast AI Factory and its offer for the cultural heritage sector.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, so thank you for the invitation and thank you for the introduction. So indeed, today I'm going to give you an overview of Piast AI Factory and its offer to cultural heritage sector, not only related to hardware infrastructure, but also to practical European capabilities for trusted AI adoption. So in my presentation, I will have like three main parts. The first one related to the context and rationale behind AI factories. Then I will go into the details when it comes to the Piast AI, its offer, and also some success stories around it. And I will conclude with some reflection, my reflection on the way we could collaborate together in the future. So let me start with the context. And of course, the context is for the AI factories and for implementing them is related to European Union strategy, member state strategy around AI infrastructure, but not only, also related to data access, interoperability, data sharing. There is also a lot to do when it comes to innovation and AI uptake, and of course, the way we use and develop AI technologies. So let me just give you an example from those strategies. So in terms of European or worldwide computing resources when it comes to AI infrastructure, Europe has only around 5% of those computing resources, while the US has 75% and China has 15%. So we have indeed a lot to catch up. We have indeed a lot to do, but it's not only about the computing infrastructure. It's also about the AI adoption, which is in many cases challenging. And let me just give you some examples from the MIT report released last year, AI in Business 2025. So the analysis was conducted on a variety of AI investments. Each investment averaging around $3.8 million. And from the report, from the analysis, you can read that when it comes to embedded and task-specific AI investments, so those that should improve business operations or operational daily work at the institutions, it is really challenging, right? Only 5% of those investments reported positive measurable ROI, while 95% did not do so. So it is indeed challenging. Of course, it's a bit better with generic tools like ChatGPT or Copilot, where production level abilities were reached in about 40% of cases. So while the experimentation is high, the transformation is still low, and it mainly relates to small number of sectors like media and tech. Now, of course, the AI factories are kind of to respond to those challenges, but also to the challenges related to storage and compute infrastructure, AI optimized one. There are 19 AI factories and 13 AI antennas across Europe, and they are not only about AI optimized infrastructure, they are also to work with data, right, via federated data labs. They are also to help with development and applying AI technologies, also investing in human capital, improving skills. And finally, they of course need to be aligned with legal framework like GDPR, AI Act, the Data Act, and so on. And of course, they are to collaborate to gain synergies with initiatives like European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, and of course others like TEFs, European Digital Innovation Hubs, research infrastructure, technology infrastructure, and so on. Now, of course, those factories, they do not live for their own, they also target specific sectors. And on European level, these are the sectors that are targeted by AI factories. Each AI factory typically focuses on several of those key sectors. And those sectors are from health and life sciences through agriculture and food, cybersecurity, up to the public sector. But what is important for ECOS, for Collaborative Cloud, education and culture is also there. So it's also listed as one of the key sectors to be targeted by AI factories. So now the question is how Piast AI factory is positioned in this context, and why PCSS is the proper place to host Piast AI factory. Well, PCSS is a special, unique institution, in my opinion, not only in the regional context, not only in the national context, but also in the European and worldwide context. And why is that? Because we bring various competences from different angles. So first of all, we are a data center, right? Our HPC platforms like Proxima and Altair are listed in the top 500 list of the most performing supercomputers in the world, and as well in IO 500, which lists the most performing storage platforms in the world. The second point is that, in the context of HPC, it means that we can deliver large-scale processing routines. The second point is that we are also a telco operator. We are operator of the National Research and Educational Network called Pioneer, which is composed of around 11,000 kilometers of fiber optic lines, and of which a bit less than 2,000 are quantum-enabled links. So it means that we can execute quantum communication with quantum key distribution there. What it means that we can also bring data-intensive scenarios between distant sites. And on top of that, and I think this is the most important part, PCSS is also ICT-focused R&D center with supporting multiple domains with ICT domain teams, including DevOps, UX expert, AI experts, quality assurance experts, and so on. And we support a variety of sectors, starting from healthcare and quality of life, going through virtual worlds, but also, what is very relevant for ECHOS here, social science and humanity, and smart cities, education, industry 4.0, and so on. So in principle, with our work, we transform research work into innovations. That's our goal, that's our main activities. And of course, we collaborate with business, with science, and with public administration. Being part also of PCSS is part of Polish Academy of Sciences, where we have currently almost 500 employees working on those topics. So now going into Piast AI itself, it's a joint investment between EU and Polish government, 100 million euro investment, both in the context of AI ecosystem and AI optimized infrastructure. We've got one AI factory antenna, and by the way, AI factory antennas are to use the original AI factory resources, like storage and compute resources, and they build local AI ecosystem in the region, in this case, in Moldova. So FIMA is AI factory antenna for Piast AI. And another unique element and characteristic of PCSS is that at PCSS, we also host Piast Q, which is a quantum compute infrastructure, one of the 6 quantum compute infrastructure across Europe. Ours is based on trapped ions. So when it comes to the Piast AI, of course, we do not build it on our own. Piast AI factory is built together with our partners. PCSS coordinates the project, but we collaborate together with Poznań University of Technology, Adam Mickiewicz University, and Nikolaos Copernicus University from Toruń. And what we are trying to do as a consortium, well, the ambition and goals are quite broad, but also practical. So we are there to enhance national and European technological resilience. We are to improve digital transformation, but also build a strong talent pool. Still, I think the most important part is related to stimulating research and innovation. Research and innovation in business, in public sector, but also in research and education via access to advanced supercomputing AI optimized infrastructure, but also by access to AI experts and expertise in several multiple domains. And when we talk about those domains, well, it is kind of reflected or it kind of corresponds to the domain, ICT domain teams that we've got at PCSS and in our partner institutions. So starting from healthcare, going through cybersecurity, material sciences, agriculture, energy efficiency. But as you can see at the top, there is also a special place for culture, education, and humanities. And in fact, the team that is managing and dealing and working with this part, with this domain, is one of the biggest at PCSS, led by Ola, by the way, Ola Novak. All right, so to give you some concrete examples, but I have to comment that slide, before I go into the details, I have to comment that, so Piast AI Factory is being built currently. It also means that when it comes to infrastructure, the proper infrastructure that is to be procured and bought and installed at PCSS, it is still in the progress. So it means that the proper infrastructure will probably be installed, well, at the end of this year and also along 2027. But of course, at PCSS, we already have storage and compute resources. I won't go into the details, but in general, I would say that we can and we are able already to support large-scale training, fine-tuning, AI pipelines, and workloads. But of course, raw infrastructure is not enough. On top of that, we've got various access modes, starting from the infrastructure as a service, where you can get GPU-enabled virtual machine, going through vanilla Kubernetes for custom services orchestration, and ending at platform as a service where you can efficiently use GPUs via virtualization. So for instance, multi-instance GPU from NVIDIA. But that's not the end. On top of those access modes, we also serve AI models. So for instance, we've got 9 LLMs available via API, accounted by tokens, and we also can support dedicated deployments for intensive experimentation. And in fact, one of the examples we've got from social science and humanities sector, in Graphia project, we've been able to deploy fully fledged configuration of LLM on multiple GPUs. And of course, apart from that, we can deliver Kubeflow-powered AI pipelines, or any other new models and pipelines can be delivered based on demand. Okay, so I went through the technicalities. Now, from the business perspective, I would like to frame the Piast AI offer as a complementary 3 elements. AI enablement for non-technology organizations, so more focused on feasibility studies, testing, and so on. AI acceleration is for advanced technology organizations to make the AI workloads and AI pipelines faster, cheaper, and more reliable. And finally, everything is guarded by AI security and compliance so that we ensure proper trust, ethics, and risk management. Now I will go step by step when it comes to the AI, let's say, uptake. Typically, what institutions will start from when it comes to AI technologies is with data. So our offer when it comes to the business perspective is that if you've got data and you have questions whether the data is enough, whether I can use the data to build and improve AI technologies to improve my business operation, this is the place where you can ask those questions, I mean the Piast AI. And of course, once you've got the data, you can start thinking about AI models. And here as well, we can support this activity, AI model training or fine-tuning, but also AI workloads or pipelines. So for instance, in cultural heritage, you could think of text extraction, enrichment, image analysis, or entities recognition, and so on and so forth. But of course, even if you have a model, the next step, in fact, determines whether the model stays as a prototype or it goes to production service. And this is the stage of AI models optimization and scaling. And here we can as well help out with model compression or model scaling so that it can serve quite a lot of users. But that's not the end. Even if you have production level service, it is still challenging, as we know from the beginning, from the start of my presentation, that deployment or including the technology or integrating the technology into the business processes is challenging. And here it is also a space where Piast AI can offer support and help integrating AI models with business processes. And now I went through the several steps of AI adoption. Of course, not every institution is well aware of those steps. So this is why we also can support general level questions or issues. I have a problem, can I solve it with AI? Or I have an idea, but I don't know whether it's feasible, whether I can use AI technologies to address it. And this is also an element in our Piast AI service portfolio related to analysis, planning, and execution of AI projects. And on top of that, of course, we also are focusing on AI awareness, competencies, training, stakeholder engagement, dissemination, and so on. So once we went through the, let's say, theoretical part of the presentation, I'd like to also give you some examples, real case examples, success stories, as we call it. And the first one is very much related to digital humanities, cultural heritage. We've been collaborating on this project, Proste Pismo, AI-enabled plain language communication platform with Adam Mickiewicz University and Poznań City Hall. And the platform is to improve business-to-customer communication, right? So public administration typically sends official letters to citizens, to their customers, and typically the letters are overloaded by legal and complex language. And our platform leverages AI technologies like NLP, LLMs, but also AI-based editing and correction to improve this communication, to make the message clear, efficient, and professional. Another example is maybe, let's say, a bit obvious, but what is interesting here in the context of AI chatbots and assistants is that we can deliver those technologies on premises, right? So we can make the data secure, the know-how secure, and executed or accessible on our own infrastructure. And of course, I mean, as an example, we've been working on this kind of technology, PCSS, AI chatbot, to improve our internal HR-related processes. And the final example is also very much, I think, related to cultural heritage. It is AI-powered open-source intelligent platforms. What it does, it processes large-scale multimedia resources, analyzes them with AI-enabled technologies for text extraction, face recognition, emotional recognition, speaker recognition, semantic analysis, and based on the analysis, then users can ask queries such as what specific person said about specific topic in a specific period of time. So for instance, what Tomasz Parkowa said about European Collaborative Cloud in 2025. All right, so this is more or less the summary of Piast AI and also its context. Now, a couple of reflections from my side. So when I was thinking about Piast AI offer and expectations from Piast AI or expectations of Piast AI to cultural heritage and digital humanities, I couldn't resist of thinking only about one thing, cooperation. And why is that? For more than 20 years, I've been involved in cooperation with cultural heritage and digital humanities institutions. Well, I as a computer science, let's say, representative. And from my perspective, this is the only way to go forward. We've created a lot of value already. We have quite a lot of opportunities ahead of us. So I think that we can achieve a lot more value together. We can simply grow. And well, the vision that we could bring to life together, at least from my perspective, is disruptive change or disruptive transformation of cultural heritage and digital humanities with AI technologies. And let me just briefly comment those specific points. So we've created a lot of value together. I've listed here all of those initiatives that provide digital resources, common technologies, knowledge resources, joint activities and initiatives. I've listed several of them, and I'm sure I've missed many more, but still it's not the point to mention all of them. The key idea is that we've got digital resources coming via Europeana, we've got SSH Open Marketplace led by Daria, we've got language resources from Clarin, we've got Go Triple platform from Operas, we also have service portfolio from Iris, and we've got ECHOS, European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, that brings those communities together. So, indeed, it is a great base to reach for new opportunities. And the opportunities are kind of obvious, right? The data is a key resource right now. You wouldn't expect that 10 years ago, right? When we were working with digital libraries, we wouldn't expect that it will be so valuable right now when it comes to the AI technologies. And I just mentioned one OECD report on data aggregation for AI training, and they say the performance and reliability of AI models are closely linked to the quality and diversity of the data used in their training. Who, if not us, who, if not cultural heritage and digital humanities, is positioned to deliver high quality and diverse data sets. And in addition, when they mention in the report high quality data, cultural heritage assets are among those listed others. So Project Gutenberg is listed there among others like UK Biobank or OpenAI and Springer dataset or Microsoft Common Objects in Context. So I'm sure we have a lot of opportunities and we can together grow. On one hand, having ECHOS that builds European Collaborative Cloud, connects dataset institutions, but also cultural heritage services, well, improves interoperability and access to cultural heritage data, while on the other hand, Piast AI Factory or AI factories can provide AI-optimized infrastructure, AI tools, AI expertise, but also, well, in principle, support large-scale AI training and data processing. So on one hand, ECOS provides CH Cloud ecosystem. On the other hand, Piast AI provides capabilities to unlock new value. And I'm sure we can reach this new value together. And well, the vision, as I mentioned, for me is disruptive transformation of cultural heritage and digital humanities with AI technologies. And if you, I don't think anyone knows what it means. But what I can do is to give you an analogy which is related to introduction or common use of electrical engines in the context of factory design, not AI factory design, in the context of typical factory design. So before electrical engines were commonly used, factories, typical factories, were designed around one big steam engine, right? One big steam engine which was connected to all of the machinery via belts, grease all over the place. Typically, those factories were built multi-level so that the steam engine can be at the bottom and then everything is connected and stacked on top of it. And well, it took 40 years for us, for humanity, to transform and to leverage electrical engines. Well, at the beginning, we just replaced the big engine with electrical one. But with time, we redesigned factories, redesigned in a way that they are product focused. So now we have product lines. The focus is on products. The factories are typically one level, and everything is around creation of the product to be delivered by the factory. And electrical engines are just tools that are inserted in specific steps of this process, right? And with that message, I'd like to conclude my presentation and thank you for your attention. And I think if we have some questions and we have some time for questions, then I'm open to discuss it with you. One over there, I don't know if we have microphone over there.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering about Piast AI. Why is defense not a key sector? Or maybe is it behind industry or something, or space? And which part of AI activities in Piast does it represent actually?
Mm-hmm. So when it comes to defense, to military-like use, AI factories, well, this is out of scope for AI factories in principle. So it is a separate, let's say, sector which is not covered, so to say, by AI factories in general. So I don't think that any AI factory is dealing with like military applications.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you very much for the very comprehensive presentation, a very informative one. It was great to see that cultural heritage is one of the sectors in the AI factory here in Poznań. My question is if there is collaboration with other AI factories who have the same key sectors. For example, we are aware of the Greek AI factory, which has culture as one of the key sectors, culture and language.
Yeah, so there is collaboration. Well, in fact, we are in one working group together with colleagues from Greece, from Faros. So indeed, there is a lot of collaboration, especially when it comes to the accessing data sets. So I think it is also very relevant for collaborative cloud for cultural heritage and also data space for cultural heritage to be also engaged and collaborate with us further. Yeah.
Thank you, Tomasz. This was really interesting. Question, I'm not, as you know, I'm not an expert, but if I understand this AI, it's based on two legs. One is neural network, and second is knowledge base of knowledge. What is a source of knowledge you will actually incorporate in this system? How you plan to acquire information which will be processed?
Yeah, so indeed, I mean, in many cases, it's about neural networks and also data sets. It's not always the case. Sometimes you can also train AI models without any data. But indeed, yes, it is very important. I mean, as I mentioned, the data is important. And well, when it comes to the AI factories, the primary focus is to boost innovation, to stimulate innovation. So we are open in those many domains to work with stakeholders, with our, let's say, interested parties on specific data sets. For instance, coming from cultural heritage sector, right? From specific digital repositories, from data aggregators. So I think the answer would be, it depends on the use case that we address. Which data set is relevant and which data set will be used for a specific scenario. No more questions, okay. So thank you, thanks for one more time.
Thank you, Tomasz. So we will continue with our next thematic session, which is about Ecos in Action and the building of the Cultural Heritage Cloud. So to start, I would like to invite again Xavier Rodier for the introduction about Ecos as a project and the emerging Cultural Heritage Cloud ecosystem.
Thank you. I will be short before just to give you a quick overview on what is emerging with this cultural heritage cloud ecosystem. Just to give you to highlight what is behind. We are talk about in the introduction. We are talk about Ecos and the partner and the sister project and so on. And actually, the cultural heritage cloud ecosystem build around Ecos with is on the center of this picture with three main vertical applications that we are developing. But there is 13 sister projects. One more time, you can see and discuss the coordinator of this project, the member of this project, during the break in the corridor. They are all here representing by color, by thematic dedicated by defined by the call in the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage initiative. And after this certain project, we are welcoming in the next month, between May and October, if I good understand, 8 new projects. So these 13 first are dedicated to innovative tools. And the 8 new that are coming in next month are dedicated to innovative use cases. So we are a second wave of integration after this one. With at the end, we will be Ecos plus 21 project for this ecosystem. Actually, this is the picture that highlight what is this ecosystem in Europe. With some number, we are building one cloud with this 21 project at the end of the day. Actually, there is only 13 to map this, to define this map. And with this certain project, there is 187 partners involved in the Cultural Heritage Cloud ecosystem and coming from 30 countries. So with this huge initiative, you know that there is 110 million of euro involved for this 21 project. We need to build only one cloud together. So it's a huge challenges, a lot of challenges inside this, to coordinate and to collaborate with all these projects. But there is also a huge responsibility for each of us at the different level. And behind that, this cultural heritage cloud will also work, of course, with the ECHOS and the sister project, but will also aims also to be sustainable for the future and to include some past, actual, and future projects on cultural heritage, not directly defined as the part of European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, but connected because they are thematically or technically directly linked to serve with some objective dedicated to cultural heritage. And actually, we are connected with more than between 15 and 20, I think it's more 20 than 15 other projects funding by Horizon Europe at different level with different kind of expectation for the connection, for the integration in the cloud. But this project will interesting to take part in this in the cloud. We are also in connection with some ERC project that the project investigator aims to put in the cloud some result of their project, and we aims also to interact with three scale of other project at the European level, of course, and we will talk later in afternoon, particularly with the data space, with other European initiatives, but also with national initiative and regional initiative. And this different, this multi-level architecture is very important for the future, for involve the different stakeholders at this different scale inside this European initiative, but also because even if the cultural heritage will be universal, will be, for example, recognized by the UNESCO or something like this, the management of the cultural heritage asset is always local. So this articulation, this interaction, because this different level is very important to involve all the stakeholders. Actually, we ask us very often on how be part to the Cultural Heritage Cloud, and we are set up just for today. Is the first time we show that booklet with summarize the main line on the several deliverables that we are already published for the integration part, for the interoperability, and that you can find here the main line that you are interested in. And if you need more detail, of course, you can go on the deliverable themselves that they are published on the website of ECHOS and also of Zenodo, the Zenodo account of ECHOS. And to finish, this connection between these different level of initiative is, maybe we can resume it in this virtuous circle. We are connected with, we are working to connect different initiatives, the data space for cultural heritage, the cloud for cultural heritage, and with this circle, we know that when stakeholders, when a researcher, a conservator, a librarian, and so on, involved on a subject, work with the digital assets, he start from first digitization of these assets. And from that, he enriched it every time when he worked on this asset. He enriched it on the digital version. He enriched it with with metadata first, with new data. He can access to tools coming from the cloud, coming from the European Open Science Cloud also, and emerging this from the European research infrastructure, and merging these different things. He enriched the data and possibility, new knowledge about the cultural heritage assets himself through these digital ways. And when we have built some new knowledge, we put this new knowledge as new information in the global data space, and we can continue and reiterate this circle as long we need. So this is the virtuous circle that we aim to take to set up with the collaboration with the other initiative. So now I give the floor to Charlotte from the FSP about the community involved in this Cultural Heritage Collaborative Cloud. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as part of the work that we are carrying out in ECHOS, one of the tasks we have been working on is mapping the cultural heritage communities in Europe, as well as identify their current practices and their future needs in terms of digital uses. So here I'm going to present to you the results of a questionnaire and parts of the results of the whole consultation that we have been carrying out for the past year and a half now. So the aim of the consultation is several folds. First of all, as I said, it's to identify and map the communities of cultural heritage. Of course, not reinventing the wheel, but building upon other projects and surveys that have been carried out by other initiatives, both European and national. This will inform the production of a strategy for community building that we are currently writing, and that will be available by this summer. And all this research is also informing the infrastructure design and the technological choices we are making for the cloud, of course, because the cloud is built for the communities. So it involves us going to them to ask them what they need and how they need it. We are also identifying additional actors that want to be actively involved in the project. As we discussed this morning, we already have a big community of stakeholders, but our aim is to make the less engaged cultural heritage communities, or the less digitally engaged cultural heritage communities, want to be part of the work we are doing in ECHOS and want to use the platform. And so linked to that is we are providing with this consultation the first integrative activities for the community, because we are bringing people together on several topics, as I will briefly explain. And finally, we are also preparing the new community and capacity building activities for the next project phases. So the consultation is organized in two different steps. The first one was a questionnaire that was open between February and July 2025. And it has been followed by workshops and focus groups. These workshops and focus groups the themes are organized or chosen by looking at the results of the questionnaire to see which communities feel less engaged or we have had a harder time targeting with the questionnaire. So for example, we've had topic-focused focus groups such as with intangible heritage professionals and researchers or built heritage professionals and researchers. But we also have geographically focused workshops and focus groups, such as one we had with the German-speaking communities, cultural heritage communities.
2025. And so, what is the impact of this consultation? So, the consultation is organized in two different steps. The first one was a questionnaire that was open between February and July 2025. And it has been followed by workshops and focus groups. The second one was a questionnaire that was open between February and July 2025.
And of course, these activities will keep going even after the report that we are writing and that will be available as well this summer. So because they are not just to feed our reflections and our mapping, but they're also, as I said, about building a new community. So we are going to keep doing this and targeting different communities to make sure that we have a comprehensive idea of their needs, and also we help them understand what we're trying to do with them. So the questionnaire in itself was very long. My colleague Rémi explained a bit this morning. It was a very comprehensive questionnaire with 7 parts, and so the average amount of completing it, the average amount of time for completing it was 30 minutes. The idea was for us to have a very rich database that we could then build upon for our complementary activities. We got more than 2,000 people engaged with the questionnaire, with a total of 1,303 exploitable answers, which means that they're answers we consider that are maybe not finished, that didn't finish the questionnaire, but that finished enough parts for us to be able to process them and include them in our report. And more than 800 completed survey, which is already a big number considering how challenging it could be for some people. And it was in English at this stage. We didn't have the working capacity to translate it in many more European languages. And it was accompanied by a glossary as well. And we were very happy to engage with more than 60 countries, including 31 in Europe, which is our main geographic target. So we were quite happy to have such a broad representation. And the questionnaire was open to answers from as individual professionals or researchers, but also as representatives of institutions. And we gathered more than 460 institutional answers, which is also very interesting for us to see how representative it is of cultural institutions in Europe. And now to the more interesting bits, some insights into the results that we gathered. So here you have the geographic repartition of answers from respondents in Europe. I'm not saying the EU, I'm saying more the geographical unit of Europe, with very big differences between some of them. The best students, I would say, were Portuguese and French cultural heritage professionals and researchers. But we also had good representations from different countries or European areas that we thought we would have a harder time to target. But thanks to the big network of umbrella organizations such as ICOM, ICOMOS, APEF, and many others I'm forgetting, of course, but also our partners, we managed to touch a lot of very different countries in Europe. Here, still on the sociological representation of our respondents, in terms of professional profiles, we have quite a high level of education of respondents with at least a master's degree, which is quite telling as well, and we need to build more activities around, for example, vocational degrees or people that, professionals that have are more experience-based professional background. We also have, we wanted to understand what the professional environment of these respondents was, and it was important for us because we believe that the realities of work are very different, whether you come from a public or a private-based, private-funded institution, and whether you are self-employed or an entrepreneur, or if you are employed by a bigger institution. So what we managed to gather is that the majority of our respondents are employed and working for public non-profit institutions, which is also in some way a bias from the networks that we have and how we have managed to reach people. So that's something that we're trying to balance with the complementary activities that we're doing. And in terms of professional environments, we have a lot of answers, the majority of answers from university research and research infrastructure, maybe some professionals, but a lot of them researchers. And also very representative are people from the library, archive, and museum sectors, which we were expecting. And as I said, we are trying to engage a bit more with other types of professionals, such as the historical monuments, listed buildings and sites, as we did with the Build Heritage workshop. And here is a more field-oriented question. We asked respondents to tell us about the fields they are practicing in every day, and they could give several answers. So we are studying also the combinations that were given the most at the moment, and we will try to include that in our report. But as we can see, and as is expected, the two most represented fields are cultural heritage conservation and preservation, which is a large one, and research and studies in social sciences and humanities. And just a little sneak peek into the digital uses, data production and management. So these images are taken from a fact sheet that I will show you how to get access to right after. And we were just trying to find interesting numbers about the practices and needs of our cultural heritage respondents. So as you can see, we have a lot of requests for manual annotation and digital assets tools and knowledge graphs and linked data tools. And I will show you as well that we have, thanks to our colleague at the Polytechnical Universities of Catalonia, an interactive dashboard that you can explore with filters, and so you can see better what types of communities request which type of tool most. And another interesting one is the data practices, which is very informative for us in the building of the cloud and what all the resources that are going to be included. We have very few people that think they have a data management plan. Some of the respondents didn't even know what it was, so we still have a long way ahead in some in the capacity building and training activities that we are planning. And so here is the interesting part for you. You can access the interactive dashboard with the QR code on the left. There are several filters that you can play with. We have made sure that the GDPR-sensitive data is not accessible, of course, but it's still an interesting playground for you. And on the right is a fact sheet that we have developed to be shared and to give you some idea about the work we have done and the information that you can find in it. And I give the floor to Joanna, I think, for the implementing the cultural heritage cloud through real use cases session. Sorry, Dimitris.
Hello, my name is Dimitris Koginos. I'm a professor of computer science at CY Paris University and at NRS. And together with Joanna Kowalska from PCSS, we will try to give you a quick overview of the current status of the technical architecture and development for the cloud, as well as the interaction that we can have by looking through some use case to demonstrate the different components and actions that can be involved. In general, and as it was specified since its inception through the ex-ante report and the different calls from the European Commission, the Cultural Heritage Cloud has been foreseen as a space of work and actually a space of collaborative work where users would come together from different domains, carrying different practices and using potentially the same or different tools to work on common problems, on common use cases, and use, share, and at the end enrich data, metadata, and information so that new knowledge is created. So in order to support that, the cloud is offering collaborative workspaces for users, as well as personal spaces, because the work should not only include publicly available data, but also private data collected by researchers at different cases and which become accessible through a unique point of entry, what we call the single entry point, which offers as well the ability to authenticate, so to recognize the users, and also to authorize, to allow the users to do specific things. Besides that, the cloud is, of course, as usual, there to offer storage resources, computing resources, in a way that we stay true to the promises of the cloud as an idea in general, which is supporting scalability and availability for large numbers of users, large numbers of data items, and of course, computing requirements. The cloud, as it strives to work with different types of data, also is there to support different access models, which consolidate to different IP rights, which could potentially be an important factor to consider for its sustainability plan in the future. Having said that, we have also to say that we remain true to the promise of supporting to the maximum of our possibilities open data, open science, open practices, and publishing whatever we develop as components of the cloud, as applications that run on the cloud, or as applications that are brought in through the additional sister projects of the cloud as open source wherever possible. As it was already described earlier on by Xavier, the cloud is also there to integrate tools, services, and applications that come through the additional ECCH projects that are funded by the different calls of the European Commission, but also projects and tools and data that have already been published. So we see the cloud as playing a role of integrating, a role of supporting, and a role of providing a platform that would be at the end used to accelerate innovation. From a technical perspective, though, given the complexity, the widespread reach of the cloud, the different communities and the different domains involved, there is always a question of how we can better understand the requirements of the users. You already heard a few things about the questionnaire that ECOS did already during its first year. But we are running additional aspects that would allow us to better understand and define the requirements for the cloud. For example, how we make things and what kind of requirements we have to make things interoperable, how we can organize knowledge around the concept of heritage digital twins and the corresponding ontology, and how we design an architecture that remains flexible, so it follows a federated concept where we can add and integrate nodes that do not only live in the core ECOS infrastructure, but also at institutions that are outside it. And for us, this is an important aspect because it allows us to be flexible and integrate things not necessarily at once and at the same time. From a user perspective, though, it's also interesting to see how the interaction happens. And with that, I pass the microphone to Joanna to provide an overview of this kind of interaction through a use case.
Thank you, Dimitris. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so I will tell you a few words about our cloud architecture. You can see here the visualization of the concept that each architecture must reflect. In our case, this is not only what ECOS builds, but which may be more important, how it connects, orchestrates, and enables a larger ecosystem. And then this together forms the famous cloud we talk about all the time now. We have our core services here, but we also wanted to show you that they will be built on different ECCH resources. And I will try not to tell you too much of the technical details and instead take you for a journey, a researcher that just wants to do his job with the cloud components as a background. But first of all, how to read this diagram. Everything we show here are building blocks of the cloud. So we have those core services that Dimitris was mentioning that manage the cloud operation. But as we often highlight, this is the federated architectural model. The dashed lines means that a resource exists in a different place that the one the core is hosted. Still, using this resource is as it was all in the one place. Then the red lines means that a specific cloud component or connection connection are necessary for a resource to be integrated. Of course, this is a simplified version. There are much more connections and probably much more low-level components, but to give you the full picture, I wanted to start with this diagram. And here you can see the definitions, simple definitions of those major cloud components we currently distinguish. Thanks. We are separating user-facing layers, access control, execution logic, this resource registration, workload manager, and so on. And this reflects our much more mature understanding of the ECCH and how it actually needs to function. So, users should be able to access data, tools, training resources, those famous digital twins, while also contributing to the collaborative knowledge creation. This is the main, the most important paradigm. And to support that, we need to have a platform that is not monolithic, but modular, not fragmented, but coordinated, and not only technical, but very functional and user-friendly. Okay, so why is this collaboration so much needed? What were discovered by many of you, many questionnaires, many user studies and so on. Traditional cultural heritage operates in the disciplinary silos. So that means that the archaeologists work with material culture data, historians analyze textual sources, and so on and so on. And our goal in ECOS is to transform this fragmented landscape into integrated, data-driven, collaborative workflows. So let's set the stage for this user journey. We have the Medieval Pilgrimage Route project. This is a multi-site investigation of the Camino de Santiago, combining archaeological excavations, historical documents analysis, environmental data, and contemporary cultural practices. That means that there are also different domain experts that are interested in this project. They all invested their time and gathered data relevant for their domains. They all look at the Camino de Santiago through different lenses, but through the Cultural Heritage Cloud, those lenses can translate the gathered data so that it can be understood by everyone, often regardless of the domain. So let's start with archaeologists, our first user. And now we are going back to the cloud diagram. So our user opens the ECOS website and sees what are the capabilities of the cloud. He also has a theory, a hypothesis he wants to test. So he wants to find out if the pilgrimage route changes correlate with climate shifts. He is also aware at this moment that he will probably not be able to check this hypothesis on his own, and he will look for collaboration. So he enters our UI, then starts the logging, so our single entry point, so the ECOS backend, the main service, authenticates him through the AAI component, and then our users have access to all the ECOS capabilities. We still have to have in mind the hypothesis, and what we know is that this user already has this excavation data with standardized semantic annotation, so for example, pottery classification, stratigraphs, contexts, and so on. And now he finds out that there are tools in ECOS that can be used to save this information in the knowledge base. So he selects one of these tools and the processing starts. As you can see, there are many cloud components that has to work to make it happen. We have the workload manager that connects with computation resources. We have processing manager that wakes up appropriate tools. We also have temporary data storage that is used to process some resources. And then at the end, the first goal of our user is reached, so he made his data stored safely in the knowledge base. You can notice that right now, this data is stored in the user personal slice. So this user personal space is actually needed for us to make sure that the quality of data that will be published in the knowledge base is high. You can imagine that if we didn't give our users a possibility to work on their research, on their data in some isolated space first, then the knowledge base could become cluttered at some point. And now he got to the point that he's ready to invite someone else to help him with the analysis. So to do so, he needs to make this data publicly available. So you can see that it changed its location from the user personal space to the ECOS node. And in this scenario, I wanted to show you that we are supporting this federated concept. So this data is no longer stored in the ECOS core knowledge base, but somewhere in another place in Europe. And now let's think who can help our archaeologists to test the hypothesis. So we have this environmental scientist. This person also enters ECOS, also logins to the system, and is looking for a potential collaboration offers. And I see this collaboration space like an announcement board, so that if you are an archaeologist and you need someone like specialist help, then you can announce it. Okay, I have this interesting idea that we could test together, but I miss the domain knowledge and so on. So now the environmental specialist does the same thing that that our archaeologist did. So he adds the data that he gathered, so climate, landscape data to the knowledge base. As you can see, the same components are lighted up again. And then, they are working in this collaboration space. I imagine that it will work like that they will talk together. They will, explore other possibilities, maybe contribute more to the knowledge base. And at some point, the research will be so advanced that they, for example, will write a paper together. So in this scenario, we saw several components involved. Of course, that is just an example. I believe that there is a huge potential of the possibilities that we can explore here. And also this collaborative scenario was loosely based on materials from the collaboration research workshop that happened in Göttingen recently. And you can see that different scenarios value added for all rest in the heart of the ecos. That's why it's called the collaborative cloud. Yes, and what my final word, I wanted to say that we need to decide together what would be necessary to implement through those cloud components and where to focus our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you, Joanna, for this presentation. And I would like now to welcome my colleague, Lena Zek, for the thematic speech on the multi-level governance and sustainability topic.
Thank you very much, Louise, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here at the ECHOS public event. In this presentation, I will introduce the stakes of establishing a sustainable multi-level governance and a legal entity for the Cultural Heritage Cloud, and outline our strategy for tackling this challenging task. So the elements that you are going to see here, some of you will have heard already, but it was important for us to present this strategy again during the public events because it's the product of just shy of 2 years of work for our team, and because the next step in our roadmap for the governance work package is the consultation of the communities and stakeholders. And this step is absolutely crucial because it will be the time for us to assess the relevance of our proposal and test with the feedback that we will receive from all kinds of actors, from the European Commission, the member states, the research infrastructures, the community associations, all the way to the individual researchers and the cultural heritage professionals. So, first of all, let's identify the challenges that we are facing, because there are some points of vigilance that are inherent to any collaborative ecosystem and that we must address. So first of all, we have to start with the balance between the democratic legitimacy and the operational efficiency. Like in any democratic system, it is necessary to determine where the middle ground is in order to ensure that the decisions are taken, properly reflect the stakeholders' mandate while enabling responsive and efficient day-to-day action. Second, we have to integrate stakeholders in all of their diversity and to manage to reconcile their different priorities, whether they are institutional, professional, academic, or commercial, etc. Third, we have to ensure that daily responsiveness while maintaining our strategic vision so that the immediate needs of the communities are met in a way that is coherent with the global long-term orientation of the initiative. And finally, we have to create accountability while enabling innovation, so establishing a clear responsibility framework without constraining the experimentation. So, with these challenges in mind, we have started the work on the multi-level governance structure by establishing a list of principles that are now guiding our reflection on the strategy for the governance and the legal entity of the cloud, and that will continue to underpin the functioning of the governance processes in the future. So, first of all, equity. This means, of course, ensuring that policies and decisions do not unfairly benefit certain groups or serve any personal interests. Inclusivity. So, as we said just before, the cloud gathers a very wide variety of stakeholders with widely different priorities. So, the principle of inclusivity guarantees that all processes and activities include the stakeholders and participants where their contribution is relevant. Then principle of awareness that entails that all participants in the governance processes are trained in ethics management in order to foster the integrity and the reliability of the decisions. Transparency. A transparent governance model must have a decision-making processes that are clear and accessible in order to build and maintain the trust of the stakeholders and the users. So the actions and decisions must be open and the documentation must be readily available to encourage oversight and active participation. Then principle of accountability. The principle ensures that those in positions of authority are responsible for their decisions by clearly defining the roles and obligations within the governance structure. Adaptability, which entails a proactive approach to the identification and mitigation of ethical risks by recognizing potential dilemmas and developing strategies to address the risks as effectively as possible. And finally, excellence. Just as the users and the stakeholders expect excellence in the services and tools that will be offered by the cloud, it's important that the governance is held to the same standard of quality by maintaining an efficient decision-making processes as technical and societal circumstances change and users' needs evolve. So, taking into account the various challenges and the list of ethical principles that guide our construction of the governance model, we have a core principle that emerges. In a multi-level governance model, no strategic decision can be made by one level only. Each level must contribute to their essential perspective to the discussion. So, indeed, a multi-level governance system is made of complementary layers, each with distinct functions, and all together they create a coherent system. So this conception recognizes that effective governance processes require multiple forms of legitimacy operating simultaneously. Democratic mandates from member authorities, expert guidance from coordination bodies, participatory input from communities of practice, and operational responsiveness from implementation teams. Based on this observation, we have identified 4 levels of governance that interact to create this coherent and adaptive governance system. We have, so on the one hand, the strategic authority, whose mission is to set the priorities and the overall vision of the initiative. This level establishes the fundamental direction of the cloud. It allocates resources and it holds the ultimate accountability for the infrastructure mission and performance. Then we have a coordination layer, which acts as the bridge between strategic intentions and operational realities. It plays the role of a mediator as it facilitates the dialogue between stakeholders groups and to ensure the ecosystem-wide alignment and coherence. Third, we need a participatory voice that brings the legitimacy to the governance system by relaying the expressed needs and the feedback of the communities. This participatory voice ensures that the development of the infrastructure remains responsive to professional concerns and demands, and it incorporates end users' perspectives and answers the need for equity within the governance model. And finally, the operational delivery level is tasked with the implementation of the strategic decisions and the delivery of service. It holds a crucial role because it innovates within the strategic framework in order to respond to the user needs. So, given the complementary levels of governance that we have just identified, and building on the results of the extensive research work that was conducted over the course of more than a year and a half by our team, the strategy that we would like to pursue for the Cultural Heritage Cloud's legal entity and governance goes as follows. At the first stage, we would have an AISBL, an Association Internationale Sans But Lucratif, or International Non-Profit Association under Belgian law, which would come to formalize a part of the 4 governance levels that we have identified. The advantages of the AISBL are many. It's a proof of its practicality and its flexibility that it has been extensively used by European research and innovation initiatives in the cultural heritage sector and beyond that. It has a short creation process, a few weeks approximately, 2 mandatory bodies, an executive organ and an administrative organ. So the AISBL is also allowed to have a wide variety of types of members, including member states. In addition, the AISBL may engage in economic activities. It's subjected to VAT, unless in specific situations, and it's eligible to apply to EU grants. So, in the case of the cloud, the AISBL would have a deliberately lean structure, and it would articulate with the existing project governance to test the full multi-level structure under real condition without formalizing it in a legal entity framework just yet. So as you can see in the table, the operational level would be integrated in the AISBL. It would absorb the existing executive organ of the project, the coordination and the executive board. This executive organ would remain fully functional as it is now, but it would conduct operation and pursue the development of the cloud from within the AISBL. Then the AISBL needs an administrative organ, so the current General Assembly would cover this function while keeping its position as the decision-making authority of the ECOS project. And the remaining 2 levels, strategic authority and participatory voice, would remain for that moment in the governance of the project. And then in a second phase, which would represent the transition from the project-based AISBL to the permanent infrastructure, this permanent infrastructure could take the form of an EDIC. In this second phase, the remaining governance layers would be introduced to reflect the infrastructure's continental scale and multi-stakeholders complexity. So the EDIC, or European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, is for the moment the type of legal entity that seems the most appropriate for the Cultural Heritage Cloud, as it has several advantages. It's the Commission recommended framework for digital cross-border digital infrastructures. It offers the possibility of governance innovation through the creation of a participatory architecture, and it allows for a hybrid financial model as the member contributions are the main source of revenue, but they can be complemented by public grants and other types of revenues brought by economic activities that are auxiliary to the main purpose of the entity. So in this transitory phase between AISBL and EDIC, the democratic power would reside in the Assembly of Members, composed of the member states and other institutional representatives and organizations that still need to be defined. The strategic authority would lie in the Strategic Orientation Committee to provide recommendations to the Assembly and to the Director. The participatory voice would take the shape of the Community Advisory Board, whose composition would reflect the variety of cloud communities and prioritize representation of geographic and linguistic diversity with an attention to gender equality, etc. And finally, the supervisory body would represent the operational layer in connection with specialized technical boards and the AISBL executive organ. And after this second step, what comes next? For now, our recommendation is that the AISBL is eventually formally integrated into the EDIC in order to simplify the institutional structure once the various levels of the multi-level governance model are implemented. However, the decision will be the one of the AISBL and the EDIC General Assembly, and we on our side will continue with researching this strategy, which will be published by the end of May, and we are actively involving the communities in this discussion from within the ECOS project and the wider stakeholders community. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our speakers. So it's now time for a coffee break. So we have 15 minutes break. So see you soon.
More? Hello? Okay, yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There are two jackets left in the wrong cloakroom. So in that part of the building, can you please move them to this cloakroom? Thank you. dear guests, please take your seats slowly but surely. We are about to start. So, yeah. I don't see them all. Because there are 6.
Hello. Maybe before starting, if I can invite Angelina from Munich, Daniele Ferdani, Gabriele Gattiglia, Giorgia, Eva Pietroni, and Valentina Presutti, please.
Keep it for myself, no?
Okay, so let's get started. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mailane Sampaio. I work at the CNRS as scientific project manager in the ECOS project, and I'm also part of the coordination team. Today, I'll be moderating the session with the discussion with the sister projects about the Cultural Heritage Cloud ecosystem. So, as it was presented before, this is a complex ecosystem that begins at the core of the ECOS project, with this diverse consortium, with the tools developed, and with the 50 small-scale funded projects by, such as Aura Cascading grants, but also connected with a broader landscape, including the regional and the national initiatives, the European infrastructures, and other Horizon projects, and of course, the sister projects. Considering this framework, ECOS carries the great responsibility to facilitate integration of sister projects' outcomes by supporting coordination and designing integration mechanisms that goes beyond sets of guidelines and requirements. On the other hand, the sister projects, they have to ensure alignment with this through their technical development and also to contribute to the objectives and the activities of ECOS, and of course, to avoid the overlaps and the duplications. So, the integration and collaboration are the key words here, but they're also a challenge. By 2029, we don't want to become 22 fragmented projects under the ECCCH umbrella. Our ambition is rather build together one single cultural heritage cloud to serve the cultural heritage institutions and the professionals across the EU, helping institutions of all sizes to manage the digital transition and carry out research together. In total, 22 projects will contribute to build this ecosystem, with a combined budget of 110 million euros and a timeline running through 2029. So, to introduce you to the sister projects that will walk with us side by side through this journey, there is no better one suited than the sister project coordinators to present it. So I invite the coordinators to briefly introduce their project in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I'm Gabriele Gattiglia. I'm from the University of Pisa, and the project I coordinate is Automata. The goal of Automata is the creation of a robotic working cell for the enriched digitization of archaeological ceramics and pottery, which means adding data coming from spectrometers like PixARF, HSI, and Raman spectrometry.
Hello, everyone. I am Georgia Georgiou. I'm here representing Information Technology Institute from the Center for Research and Technology Hellas. We are the coordinator of Excalibur as well as Music Sphere project, two sister projects of the ecosystem. Excalibur project is a project that develops tools and methodologies to assist the cultural heritage community to improve the work, the study, the documentation, the preservation, conservation, presentation of cultural heritage assets, focusing mainly on burial archaeological context and ancient human remains. We are a consortium of 14 different organizations across Europe, and we are targeting the large community, cultural heritage community, the professionals, namely the archaeologists, anthropologists, bioanthropologists, conservators, people working in museums. And we aim, through this ECCH initiative, to provide them access to innovative tools and workflows that combine technologies, modern technologies like artificial intelligence, 3D scanning, digital twins, and extended reality. That's for Excalibur. You have your own?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Angelina Brucu from Unisystems Luxembourg. We have the role of coordinator in a unique project. A unique project is an intuitive, technology-agnostic black box platform. It will be a no-code, single-entry, collaborative authoring tool, which will provide cultural heritage experiences. Our small consortium is consisted by 11 partners with 2 affiliations from every kind of cultural stakeholder you can imagine. Museums, archaeological stakeholders, big, small companies, and this is our target, to include everyone. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Valentina Presutti from the University of Bologna. I am the coordinator of the Infinity project. Infinity is focused on building a network of ontologies for ensuring that cultural heritage objects can be represented with multi-perspectives and multi-dimensional knowledge graphs to encode the multi-perspectival data. There is a strong emphasis on ethical principles, so embedding by design ethical principles in the development of the tools. And to concretely implement all these things, we are developing AI tools for metadata enrichment assisted by AI, again with a strong ethical by design approach.
Good afternoon, I am Eva Pietroni. I'm the coordinator of the Placemus XR project. And this project aims to provide innovative digital tools to enhance accessibility, knowledge, and appreciation of European musical heritage. Placemus XR transforms in some way the way we experience musical heritage in our cities, along urban paths, in museums, in schools, because it does not focus on creating catalogs or archive only, but on the contrary, it focuses on creating multisensory, engaging and immersive experiences in places of music through extended reality application, virtual reality for different devices, and the virtual reconstruction of historical soundscape. So we recontextualized musical repertories in original places where they were created, composed or executed, and in connection with the historical and cultural background and context.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Daniele Ferdani from CNR. And what is Color? Color is a follow-up project of Perceive. Perceive was another European project. And in Perceived, we created a set of tools, services, and prototype for conservation and digital restoration of colored collection. In Colors, we want to improve this tool, improving their readiness, technological readiness level, add a new feature, and how we do it through 4 core objectives. The first one is build a collaborative environment, a sort of hybrid space where the user can share a digital twin and take informed decision. The idea is to act before intervene directly on the artworks. The second one is to develop predictive restoration tool in order to help restorer to simulate restoration strategies. The third one is create tool for assist restoration, in particular document, optimize restoration processes, and finally enhance public engagement through the creation of immersive storytelling and mixed reality experiences that can help museum curators to disseminate what's behind the restoration processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also for respecting the time. I'm sure it's very challenging to present such big projects in 1 minute. But as you can see already, only 5 projects already demonstrate the wide range of topics covered by the sister projects, and I'm sure also that this diversity clearly reflects on the engagement with the heritage communities. Currently, the Cultural Heritage Cloud already benefits from 187 partners within and outside Europe who are currently working together to develop the services that respond to the community's needs. Could you please tell us from your project what are the different profiles of institutions that are part of your consortium and what different communities do they represent? And since you're familiar also with these communities, could you also explain how do you expect to support them in using these tools in the future? Thank you.
So, Automata Consortium is made and is composed of partners coming from archaeology, ICT, museum, preventive archaeology, so different institutions, small and medium institution and museum. And the idea is to engage all of them in this project, creating something that can be modular and can be used in different fields and in different occasions. So, in front of this wide community, the goal is to give not only a tool that will be open source, that will be open assets and modular, not only the data that could be reused, but also the opportunity of having multiplier event, training days, and all this thing of educational opportunities and activities in order to make them, to allow them to use this tool in a relevant and significant way.
Thank you. As I said before, Excalibur brings together 14 different partners from across Europe. They represent research institutions, universities, companies, tech companies, as well as partners from the cultural heritage community. It's bringing in the project their different expertise and their domain. First of all, we have the research institutions, the scientific part of our project and the universities. who actually set the scientific foundations of our research that we do in our project. They work with burial context, they work with the subject of our research, and they actually can provide the reliability that we need to our scientific outcomes. The second large community of our project is the cultural heritage community. The people who work in the cultural heritage, they know the field very well, they know the needs, and this is exactly what they bring in the project. They bring their own experience when working in the field or when working in the lab, and they can outline the real needs that we need to actually address with the results and the solutions that we bring. And the third part of our project is the tech companies, the partners that work in technology. They follow the advancements in the technology field, and they are the ones responsible in order to translate the needs and the user requirements into practical solutions. Now, regarding the communities and how we engage them, that's a very big part, a very essential part of our job. In order to engage them in various knowledge transfer activities from the very, very beginning of our project, because we have to, whatever we do, we have to be based on real user needs, the needs that we encounter as archaeologists, anthropologists, we encounter in the field, in the lab, when working with this material. So apart from all these engagement activities that we do from the very beginning of the project, we actually test and validate our solutions and our tools in 4 different use cases, engaging cultural heritage professionals in these use cases. And finally, we have the cascade fundings, the fundings that we will provide to third parties. It's a total amount of 400,000 euro that will be given to 8 parties in order to validate our solutions.
Thanks. So what makes our consortium particularly strong is the diversity, the balance between culture and technology. We bring together museums and cultural institutions. We bring R&D organizations, creatives and tech providers, SMEs and large companies. And actually, these are the people that they will use and reinterpret cultural heritage. So we are not just representing institutions, we are representing an entire ecosystem, entire community around them. So now on adoption, we are quite realistic. If tools, they are complex, they won't be used. So our approach is rather simple, to co-design, test in real environments, and keep things practical. So through the pilots, through the training, the academy that we have, the Unique Academy, and continuous feedback between us, we make sure that we build up around their daily work. So because at the end of the day, adoption doesn't come from innovation only, it comes from relevance and ease of use.
Thank you. As for Infinity, and I would say interdisciplinarity and diversity was, I think, the basis for all the consortia here. So also in the case of Infinity, this is reflected. We have major cultural heritage institutions, such as the Ministry of Culture, Italian Ministry of Culture, Sound and Vision in the Netherlands, Europeana, Time Machine Organization, and we have academic and research institutions, universities, research institutions that bridge the gap between technology, computer science, scientists developing AI technologies, and social science and humanities researchers. And we also have some agile small and medium enterprises and a network of creative industries, the EIT, culture and creativity. So the diversity of the communities is really very well represented in the consortium of 17 partners in the case of Infinity. To make sure that they adopt our tools, well, of course, we have use cases, real-world use cases, so we work with the direct stakeholders within the consortium. But I would say we base our approach on 3 principles. One is early adoption through the cascading calls, community building workshops, and the stakeholder network. The other principle is integration over disruption. So we develop tools and components that can be plugged as APIs or plugins or REST services in existing platforms rather than asking to adopt new technologies or new platform. And the third, so we want to make, let's say, the learning curve very short as possible. And the third thing is scientific robustness, but operational simplicity. So it means, of course, we are academic. We want to publish on top journals and present at top conferences. We will do this. In Infinity, we took the commitment to have all reports journal ready, like in terms of quality, with an internal peer review process that resembles, the scientific one. On the other hand, we want to produce very practical material like checklists or ready-to-use manuals for stakeholders to make sure that they won't read 40 pages articles and it wouldn't need, especially for the ethical guidelines. And we are producing a capability maturity model for them to self-assess their readiness to join the cloud.
As for Placemus, we have a consortium composed by 11 partners and 3 associated. The consortium is very wide in terms of kind of institution and stakeholder, because we have academic and research institutions, of course, educators, music, creative companies, similarly to the other projects. And it's a cross-disciplinary consortium because it's focused on, of course, on sonic heritage and ICT, and also on user experience design, because our project is about innovative tools for interaction. And so we have musicologists, sound designers, user experience designers, computer scientists, and cultural association working in networking, and so on. And the kind of tools that will be developed and implemented with the case studies, itineraries, in Europe can be used to create personalized experiences. This means that a user can decide to choose and use a specific tool that is more, it fits better with his interests or context of use and so on. And this will allow to widen the potential users of our outcomes. In fact, for instance, the museum curators can use a virtual reality mock-up tool to design sound communication in museums. And so it will be helpful for decision-making processes. In the educator sector, educators and students can use our tools to improve their awareness about musical practices and the connection of music with the space, for instance. And also in the tourism sector, it will be possible to create new itineraries that can be discovered also in the light of music and not only in the light of art collection, architecture, and so on. So that's all.
In color, color is mainly addressed to conservators, restorers, and museum curators and stakeholders. One interesting thing about colors is that the conservator partners range from high professional level, so for example researchers or professional in galleries or research center, up to small private company. And I think that is really important in order to collect all the needs and requirements from the community. And how we engage them? We engage them using a pilot-based approach. So we are having now a workshop with them in order to collect user need and requirement, and then through pilots we are going to test this tool that we created in real case scenarios with case study decided by the stakeholder and restorers.
Thank you. I think it's important to highlight also this aspect on the capacity building resources, that the projects are not only developing the tools, but they're also facilitating the communities to use them in the future. And one aspect that also came very often from what you mentioned is, of course, the collaborative work and the interdisciplinary work that are essential to document, understand, and valorize the cultural heritage assets. So what use case from your project can represent this complexity that you will need to face and create solution for it in the following years? And please, 2 minutes to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, for making the long story short, let's think about these 3D models, enriched 3D models. They represent the complexity of archaeological objects with geometry, appearance, and also chemical and physical data. So the idea is to give to different stakeholders the opportunity of working with this complexity. We will create the two, apart from the robotic arm, two different tools that will be available on the ECHOS cloud in order to visualize this data and to analyze through AI this data. And this will help different stakeholders from curators, conservators, archaeologists, and so on. But I think the most important thing that we can also manage a narrative, a different narrative starting from this data. So a part of the project will be dedicated to involve the citizenship, so the people, in order to understand what is inside a small object, like a fragment of ceramics, and what this object can mean to our historical legacy.
Yes, now in Excalibur project, as I say, we work with the barrier archaeological context. That's actually a very complex context to work with. Why? When I speak about burial context, I mean like tombs, cemeteries. It has a wide range of context of archaeological material that can be related to burial, even the smallest dig and excavation that we do in a cemetery. So why is this very complex? Because it is a burial context. It's actually accumulation of many different layers of formation that we have to collect and to understand. And this is quite complex, this is quite difficult. And it requires a combination of different disciplines, of different people from different expertise, in order to have a full picture of the context that you're working for. This is what is actually the interdisciplinary perspective comes to as a solution in an environment that people usually work separately and usually work with a different language, different flows and different tools. So interdisciplinarity is the foundation for this collaborative work. That's the only one, the one-way path that can also bring solutions. And I think Excalibur in this direction is in full alignment with the ECCH ecosystem. What is the challenge that we have to address?
So regarding now Unique, Unique has pilots that they are designed as integrated environments. It's quite a tricky question actually this, because at least in the case of Unique, and I suppose also in the other projects, we cannot really discriminate and choose one use case that we cannot choose, I think. Yeah. So in Unique, there are multiple technologies that they are in a one toolbox, they are combined within the same setting. So rather than having one technology per use case, each pilot brings together a suite of tools, ranging from content creation and curation to immersive and interactive experiences. So this will allow us to reflect the real complexity of cultural heritage contexts where needs are interconnected. So at the same time, it ensures that different user groups can access and engage with solutions in multiple ways, whether it's on-site or hybrid or remotely, and with varying level of accessibility and interaction.
Thank you. Also for Infinity, it's very hard to choose because the project doesn't focus on a specific domain, so we have to handle with scenarios that require to solve technical, social, and legal bottlenecks simultaneously. So we have 6 use cases that show these different, from different angles, these kind of challenges. And this is also why this is what motivates Infinity objectives about supporting multi-perspective and multidimensionality of knowledge graphs and the strong commitment on ethical compliance. So I cannot, on the other hand, illustrate all the use cases, but to give you an idea, so I'll pick 3. I hope the others won't be angry. But so we have a use case called Crowd, where we run citizen science campaigns together and transcribe post-Second World War and written diaries and letters. So there, for example, we have to deal with messy data, multimodal human data. We need to deploy AI transcription tools that are robust enough to handle this historical handwriting while ethically engaging the public to enrich it. We have audiovisual on the other end, which is a use case dealing with the 20th century television and radio archives, so audiovisual. And there we don't only have technical problems, we deal with the strict copyright and privacy laws, and we want to enrich these material descriptions, but also including ethical validation tools to ensure transparency and IPR compliance by design. For example, in this case, we also address the reuse of this material in a commercial setting, for example, not only in a research setting, so building business models that can help both cultural institutions and private organizations. These are our challenges.
And the Placemus XR will test the effectiveness of the developed tools, creating at least 10 itineraries distributed in different European regions, different in terms of chronology of musical genres, of cultures and traditions. And this itinerary can have different concepts. They can be grounded on different concepts, like, for instance, a musical genre or a biography or a territorial journey, and so on. And the places of music will be represented in 3D through detailed and immersive 3D models, immersive in virtual reality experiences, or even through 360 degrees panoramas enriched by annotation, semantic layer, temporal layers, and multimedia content. And a special focus will be forward to the relation between space, architectural forms, and sound, and which influence also, of course, the musical practice, the kind of musical event, and the musical event as a whole. And this itinerary will be grounded on a variety of different sources.
So, as I said before, Colors has this pilot-based approach that integrates advanced technologies with a stakeholder-centered process. So we begin by defining a real-world restoration scenario, engaging with heritage professionals, and based on these inputs, we build and adapt our digital tools, ensuring that these tools are seamlessly integrated with the European cloud. And then these tools are demonstrated and validated through a series of internal and external pilots. In the internal pilot, we directly dialogue with the internal partner. We try to find user needs and requirements. We find the studies more suitable to test our tools. And then, in order to make them more robust and to improve the technological readiness level, we also have this external pilot through an open call session, where also professional and stakeholder outside the consortium can participate to the call and test our tool after this first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the sister project coordinators. Now I would like to invite the Thank you. Since we're in a short time, I'll try to be more straightforward with the questions. So, since the Cultural Heritage Cloud ecosystem embraces already at this stage a significant type of cultural heritage, oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong tone. It's information. It already embraces the diverse type of typologies of cultural heritage. However, the discussions around the digitization of cultural heritage are often mainly associated with tangible and physical elements, while the intangible aspects are sometimes overlooked. Could you please tell us what types of cultural heritage are present in your project, and if intangible heritage is included, will you have a particular service or tool planned for it? Mikael would like to start.
Sorry, Mylan, but aren't we supposed to introduce ourselves first?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll start anyway. So my name is Miguel Borras Morrison from IDP. I'm based in Barcelona, Spain, and I'm the coordinator of Heritalize project. Now, in a nutshell, we want to digitize tangible cultural heritage, ranging from the landscapes, buildings, and the objects within, but not only focusing on tangible heritage, but also intangible. Now, based on that, we want to bring in all these cultural heritage assets, let's say, and the models and data within a federated digital twin ecosystem that puts together different platforms, tools, and services to add value for the cultural heritage institutions. Now, we've talked a lot about digital twins. In Heritalize, we're talking about HBIM, building information modeling, and GIS-based digital twins, and we want to extend them to the memory twin concept thanks to that intangible data.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Eleftherios Anastasovittis. I represent the Music Sphere project, but we are here with a second ECCCH project, the Excalibur. Regarding the Music Sphere project, focuses on the musical cultural heritage. We will try to offer to the ECCCH ecosystem a set of toolkits, tools, and methods that will be useful to the musical cultural heritage through two representative use cases. We will develop these toolkits. Our consortium consists of 12 partners, but we have included also financial support to third parties, so we will provide this support to up to 14 projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, also from my side. I'm Georgios Anakis. I'm from the Athena Research Center, and I'm here representing Textile projects, and we are a consortium of 10 partners. So within textiles, we focus our study on textile objects, which is a cultural heritage domain that is often underrepresented within, so in terms of digitization and study, mainly due to the nature of textile objects. So within textiles, we employ AI and robotics in order to deliver affordable and portable data acquisition methodologies and support collaborative annotation capabilities. We employ AI for analysis, and our goal is to deliver standardized protocols and tools tailored to textiles, of course, and integrate them, make them accessible through the Cultural Heritage Cloud.
Everyone. Great, thanks a lot. I can't see very well, but I want to start with a question. How many people here have used Wikipedia or Wikidata for whatever reason? Okay, awesome. So, hi everyone, my name is Luzana Rosinova. I am from the TAB Leibniz Center for Information and Technology in Hanover, and I'm the coordinator of the Ecolot project. So our project consists of a consortium of 15 very diverse partners from 12 countries. And we have put ourselves the task to build a next-gen system for collaborative data curation, enrichment, and reuse. And more specifically, what we mean by this is we plan to re-envision the MediaWiki software, the open source software behind things like Wikipedia and Wikidata, on a completely contemporary code stack so that we can actually put in stuff like AI into it. And we plan to offer very flexible workflows for data mappings and transformations between different formats, including HDTO and the Wikidata standard, and offer our users diverse ways to publish their data in a single workflow. So one-click push to the knowledge base of ECOS or Europeana or Wikidata. And I think I'm out of time, but yes, that's it. Thanks a lot.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much. I am Emanuele Demetrescu from CNR, Italy. The Stratigraph project addresses a real problem in the archaeology center, a paleontologist domain that it's very difficult not only to publish data result, but to publish all the process. And it costs a lot of time and effort. So when the information is rich in archaeology and in paleontology, when they discover and document on the field, and when they have to extract new data, produce new data and new knowledge. So Stratigraph want to address this with artificial intelligence, with tools on the field that works offline first, and to stream all the pipeline to the publication of all the entire dataset with 7 case studies all around Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. It's already needed, the introduction. Thank you. But does anyone would like to highlight a tool that will be developed for intangible heritage in 1 minute? Yeah?
A tool?
To develop to intangible heritage, for example.
Yeah, so in Heritalize project we have 4 demo sites, but from these 4 we have 3 that focus somewhat on intangible cultural heritage. Those are Helmsdale Museum and West Highland Museum in Scotland, in the Highlands, and then there's also Villa Portelli. Now, intangible cultural heritage refers to the stories, the traditions, the costumes in the history of these sites. We're talking about Jacobites, traditions and collections in West Highland Museum. We're talking about the herring boosting, commercially speaking, years within Helmsdale, and we are talking about the history of the harbor and the people working in there in Malta. So in terms of intangible cultural heritage data, we're talking about recordings, metadata, and so on that we want to assign and integrate within those objects, models, data that's referring to tangible cultural heritage.
Thank you. In the Music Sphere project, we have included 2 representative use cases. The first one is about ancient musical instruments like hydraulics, and the second use case is about complex musical instruments such as church organs. There is also a connection between these 2 use cases because hydraulics is the ancestor of church organs. So we have tangible toolkits for tangible aspect of our use cases, but also we are talking about music, so we provide also toolkits and solutions for intangible perspectives, such as simulation of airflow through the pipes, and also some toolkits about acoustic profile digitization of architectural spaces. Also, there is a toolkit for long-term acoustic projections. So yes, it is a project that combines tangible and intangible aspects of cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. So within textiles, in short, the answer is no. We do not deal with intangible cultural heritage. The main focus is on textile cultural heritage as tangible heritage. So we have use cases that are archaeological textiles, historical textiles, carbonized, gold textiles, textile imprints on human plasters, plaster casts, textile imprints on clay, funeral textiles, and even costumes. So yeah, we are attempting to address the life cycle of digitizing, documenting, and development of digital tools for their study. Yep.
Great, thanks. Yes, so in Ecolot, we will have 5 thematic case studies that will validate and test our system, and 2 of those will deal with intangible heritage. One is the Basque cultural heritage case study, and the second one is the connecting media art collections. In both of these case studies, we will be dealing with contemporary culture and art forms such as digital art or performance-based art. And many of these objects are quite difficult to describe with standard data models or collection management systems. For example, media artworks or software-based art are oftentimes activated through user interactions, and documenting these interactions is bringing a lot of complexity, usually in the data curation process. So our core tool, the MediaWiki software suite, offers this built-in flexibility, think Wikidata, but through our behind-the-scenes mapping and transformation routines, we will make where practical transformations of specific data to the HDTO standard and publication to the ECHO's knowledge base, and where that's not possible, the data will still be richly described and accessible through the ECHOLOT endpoints, including REST API and Sparkle endpoints. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Stratigraph is not focused on immaterial heritage, more in material heritage. The case studies are archaeological sites, objects, artifacts. At the same time, we introduce the level of virtual reconstruction and the hypothesis creation with the tools that we provide. So actually, we introduce also the subjectivity aspect in the research that will also describe immaterial aspects of even the subjectivity through how it was perceived in the past, the object, how it looked like in the past, even if no more exists. So the cultural dimension is addressed by the tools by design, because exploring the use of the knowledge graph on the field and validating during the collection of data all the interpretative, all the reconstructive image that the archaeologists can create on the field and after in the post-excavation is mapped through the extended matrix language, that is a formal language for experts on the field.
Thank you all. We have been discussing an ecosystem where the projects are interconnected in multiple ways, not only by being part of the same umbrella initiative, but also through the shared teams, partners, and the communities. How do you foresee interacting with the other ECCCH projects in which you may have this immediate synergy through these different thematics, communities, or the call, for example? And in your opinion, how does this complementarity contribute to enrich the Cultural Heritage Cloud?
So from my side, Heritalize project is quite broad in the sense that we are tackling landscapes, buildings, and objects within. But when you try to just break down that into smaller activities, we realize that, for example, we are digitizing. For example, in Helmsdale, they are really proud of conservating the costumes and the clothes than the fishermen and fisherwomen used in those years. So it could also happen that some of that cultural heritage we want to digitize is referring to textiles also. So, for example, in that field we see quite a way to collaborate and learn from each other and see how our object digitization, can learn from textiles, just as an example.
Thank you. Well, during the preparation of our projects in the proposal phase, we didn't know anything about the other projects that would be funded. But now we see that there is a common space with other sister projects. For example, MusicSphere has already communicated with the place Muse XR, and we have also decided for very immediate actions. For sure, collaboration is something that has been the DNA of all of the ECCCH ecosystem. There are toolkits that we can use from other projects that we can use for our, let's say, solutions. And also our solutions, our toolkits could be used in an early stage from other projects. So I think that we have to, let's say, work together and avoid any, let's say, duplications in our solutions. Thank you.
So from our side, I think we're the most unlucky ones because we end first. We're the project to deliver first to the ECOS, to the cloud, cultural heritage cloud. So of course it could be a common ground with Heritage, for example, to discuss about the aspects that were raised. Also, we identified with Automata that they're also building a robotic arm that could automatically digitize artifacts, of course, in another domain. And we're also building an unmanned ground vehicle equipped with a robotic arm that could be, let's say, gain or give knowledge to other projects. And certainly event like this can help and assist towards interaction and even collaboration. Yeah, thank you.
Great. So, well, ECOLOT project started just in January. So first of all, I think we as a consortium look forward to learning more about all other projects through this event, but also through the integration task force. But in general, our project offers data mapping, curation and publication pipelines between the European infrastructure, including the Culture Cloud, Europeana, and also the Wikimedia environment. And we think this can have a lot of relevance for all the tools that deal with the field of conservation, digitization, and archiving. For example, what happens after an archaeological object is digitized, or what happens to the data from the conservation processes? Could all of this research information be mapped to people, events, places that exist in global semantic resources such as Wikidata? What could be learned from that? Could processes then become more reproducible, for example? So this is something that we hope our tool can offer to all of the other tools in the Culture Cloud family that deal with conservation, digitization, archiving, that they might be able to use some of our enrichment and publication workflows directly into the data lifecycle of their objects in order to then make it easier to map to HDTO, to publish directly in one single workflow, both to the Culture Cloud knowledge-based, Europeana, and Wikidata. But we look forward to discussing this in the coming days.
So the integration, it's inevitable approach, and it's actually is also happening because in this occasion we discussed it with other principal investigators, and more than that, the nature of the HDTO will help us for sure, the open source approach of the code. So I expect that during the next month the occasion will be let's say thematic workshops or just sharing data and tools will help definitely to find a way to connect. A lot of the tools and description of the other projects immediately make me think that integrations are possible and we can find a way, but with dedicated sessions.
Thank you so much for your contributions. With the last round of sister projects, I would like to thank you for your attention as well. And just to share with you that this is just an introduction to it's an invite also to dialogue, because we will have the cocktail after. We have also the roll-ups in which you can maybe have more details about the projects. And also on our website soon we'll have the list of the tools by the sister projects. So thank you very much for your attention.
The chairs also from the stage.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we can move on to the next topic, which is the presentation of the joint statement between the Cultural Heritage Cloud and Data Space for Cultural Heritage. And for this session, I would like to invite Sophie Tess as chair of the session. Thank you.
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm quite surprised and delighted that so many of you have decided to stick around. I'm now suspecting that you are hypnotized by these beautiful rainbow circles, but whatever the reason may be, welcome in this, I hope, interactive, dynamic presentation about what we consider a really valuable, virtuous cycle that we will install, the data space and the cloud together over the next couple of years. I don't need to tell this audience that the cultural heritage sector is becoming ever more digital, right? I think this is a belief that we share, that this is important, not because we think that digital practices will come to replace physical cultural practices, but because we believe that they add something. Cultural collections in the digital are so easy to share, to access, to discover, and to reuse. That's what we truly believe. And therefore, it shouldn't be so wondrous to imagine why Europe, over the past decade, almost 2 decades, has been investing quite substantially in the digitization of the cultural heritage sector. And 2 of the flagship initiatives in this realm, you know them up close and personal, the cloud on the one hand, the data space on the other. Now, it's interesting to explore a little bit what are the big targets of both initiatives. I would say that both of them are directed towards a varied stakeholdership, right? They are moving far beyond cultural heritage practitioners, but also moving into research, education, tourism, creative practices, arts, and so on. But both initiatives also really want to not only serve stakeholders, but also the cultural heritage itself. Being in the digital helps to preserve and to safeguard heritage collections for posterity. And then, of course, both of them would like to establish robust infrastructures that really are competitive and sustainable in a global perspective. And then finally, by doing all that, focusing on stakeholders, cultural heritage and infrastructure, they both help to strengthen from the inside Europe's prosperity, resilience and data sovereignty. A lot of commonalities, I would say, a lot of possible intersections. But now you're going to ask me, what's the sense of having both initiatives around, right? I see some nodding heads in the room. Thank you for strengthening my value proposition here. This is what we're going to explore in the next 45 minutes. It's not going to be me speaking. I'm just moderating a couple of duos of speakers who are actually representing these 2 key initiatives for digital cultural heritage. We're going to explore 2 topics. On the one hand, what is each of these respective initiatives actually about? What are the key stakeholders, the core values that they hope to bring, the missions and the visions? But on the other hand, what is the added value of having them both? Where is the complementarity? Where is this extra layer of value that they can bring to this varied stakeholdership? I believe this is a segue to introduce my first couple of speakers that will really immediately go to the core of the matter. And to that end, I ask on stage Harry Verwaayen, General Director of the Europeana Foundation and the lead of the Data Space Consortium, followed by Xavier Rodier, who is the director of the Maison des Sciences Sociales et des Humanités Val-de-Loire, and of course lead of the ECHOS consortium. Harry, welcome. If I would be questioning you in Dutch, I would ask, hoe sta jij in de wedstrijd?
Hoe sta ik in de wedstrijd?
Ja.
For the Dutch speakers. So in English that would translate.
Your mindset, how are
what's
you
the mindset?
in
What's
it
the
for
body
the
language? Those kinds of things.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good actually today. It was really great to hear from all the sister projects as well. I really think that's where the cloud brings an immense amount of value, innovation value, and so forth. So yeah, I feel pretty good.
Xavier, you're also hanging in there. You still have a couple of days to go, right?
Yes, we are in the middle of the week. So no, I'm very happy to show the attendees and to meet really all the sister projects. Is very important for the world of the cloud, and actually to share also this consortium, big network with the data space.
Yeah, it's already huge. You see it manifesting here in front of in your eyes. Harry, if I may, I will kick off this first duo presentation, if I may, by triggering you with the question, can you explain the data space in a nutshell? What are these stakeholders, the values that you hope to bring, and what is your big vision, the big picture?
Yeah. Thank you, Sophie, and of course, Xavier and I and the teams have prepared this a bit. And because it's complex, we developed a bit of a visual storytelling element to it. So, in its simplest form, and I realize we are grossly simplifying things here. The data space is a public infrastructure set up to access, share, and reuse high-quality, multilingual heritage data. I think that's the simplest possible proposal. So over the years, and Europeana has been working on this with a large consortium of partners, just like ECHOS, over the past 18 years. We've developed quite a large corpus of data. Currently, I would say, in the Europeana service, tens of millions, but with the partners we now have in the data space, that adds up to hundreds of millions of data sets that we have. The important part that I'd like to bring to you is that while on the one hand, the data space is set up for data, quite obviously, the added value that we can bring to it is the human dimension, the human face of the data space, as Sophie would like to say. So what does that mean? That means that the data is accompanied by frameworks, standards. We make all of that data interoperable. We also provide training for it, so that data is not just left alone, it's stewarded all the way up to its user sets that we have, for example, here on the top. An important characteristic of the data space is that it really is a service, quote unquote, for everybody, from citizens to professionals and increasingly for machines. That means that the Europeana website provides services for individuals, but increasingly programmatic access through the APIs really provides services for a very wide community of actors, developers, tourists, and so forth. But it is shallow. It doesn't have a lot of added value services to it. So it is a public infrastructure, which it's an ecosystem in itself, just like ECHOS is proposing to do. We have connections with over 40 aggregators, as we call it, digital service providers, embedded in all the member states in Europe. And that really is the lasting value that we bring. I think to summarize this, I would say that the vision and even the mission of Europeana and the data space has not changed substantially over the years. We are still an organization that, we step out of bed, as we say, because we believe democratization of access to cultural heritage data is valuable. That's the vision. We hope that all of our rich corpuses will be made available digitally at some point, interconnected, interoperable, and under licenses that are reusable. But what does change, and should change, is the strategy to achieve that. And that is where I think the relationship with the Cultural Heritage Cloud now becomes really important. And I think I'll hand over to you first, Xavier, to talk a bit about cloud, what you have in mind there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, now what is the cloud in the same way? You are already heard many things about the Cultural Heritage Cloud today, so I don't give one more time the same the key information, but maybe one thing before, honestly, at the beginning, when we start this project, distinguish cloud and data space is not so easy. I don't know. We are totally agree on the specification between our two initiatives and the complementarity. But honestly, even if in the computer science domain, cloud and data space is not so easy to differentiate. So maybe it's for that we need also to build something together. So the cloud for cultural heritage is built for the other Europe's collaborative digital infrastructure for research and innovation in cultural heritage. We are mainly anchored in this sector and dedicated to everything is related to heritage assets through some digital twins. The notion of digital twins need 1 week of symposium to highlight what we have behind in the cultural heritage sector, but it's not the topics today. And we are building something to the added value of the cloud is to enrich the data through these digital twins of cultural heritage assets. So how it probably the cloud near the data space is more specialized because it's dedicated firstly to the professional, include the researcher in the cultural heritage sector, scientists, researcher, and so on, but the world of the actor. And not really open at the beginning at all the public. And this is one of point of connection with the data space, because what we can produce with the cloud in added value in enriched data will be at the end come in the data space. So we have developed, you have already thought that today and this afternoon, a research method, advanced tools, standard, framework, with the sister project, and of course for the digital twin and a capacity building to improve the skills of the different community and the different stakeholders that are involved in the digital heritage sector. This digital workspace will be collaborative, and behind this notion on collaborative cloud, there is we put at the center the notion of digital commons that as a shared digital assets for heritage assets. So this is how we translate this term of collaborative through this notion of digital commons. And so the final aim is to create new knowledge for research and innovation, but new knowledge about cultural heritage assets, to enrich them and to share with the world of the community through this collaborative notion. Actually, you know that we are in the building stage as we are presented today.
Wow, thank you both. It's a lot of information, but you know, as you said, nothing is simple and everything is quite complicated in this story. Harry, would you like to join me on this side? Because I now want to dive a little bit deeper in the intersections between these two stories. So where is it actually that by collaborating, the two initiatives create an extra layer of added value because we believe that both the data space and cloud do so in their own rights. But what is going to happen now with having them both up in the air and out there for stakeholders to discover? I don't know who wants to take it away, Xavier?
Want to give it a start?
I think I will start, yeah. As you can see here, what is at the center is the community. It's one community. Maybe we can say communities because there is a lot of part. We know that in this sector there is a lot of silo and not already working together. And this is particularly what we aim to work on, what we can build together, is to provide the opportunity for the different part of communities to work together with these two initiatives, between these two initiatives, to join to effort and to share the services that we provide for the whole of this community and to align in a empower unique European ecosystem for research, innovation and cultural participation.
Thank you, that's exactly it. Communities at the center, data space on the left, as you can see here. Now let's explore, because this is really, we've tried to imagine how this could work. Data space exists, cloud is still in the making. How could these two services really complement each other? So imagine that the data space, which holds already a lot of data assets, digitized heritage assets themselves, the metadata that accompanies it, and imagine that them would be complemented by other data coming from research infrastructures such as Iris, Daria, and so forth. And in the workspace of cloud, this would all be gelled together into a knowledge graph, creating the digital twin, which is really at the core of the cloud design. So that would allow researchers, professionals, and so forth to work in that workspace with enriched forms of data and creating new knowledge, new innovations, new breakthroughs in heritage science. That's the imaginatory trajectory we see. At the same time, we hope that that new knowledge is then transferred in combination with new and enriched data back to the data space where we can find new kinds of reuse scenarios for it. For example, working together with Piast, the AI factories and so forth, so that the cloud remains the workspace, the preferred workspace for everyone who wants to do something with that data. And the data space itself remains that public infrastructure for data, for all kinds of broad reuses that we can imagine. So I think, Sophie, that is the theoretical background that we can provide right now, and I think you now have a panel.
Thank you. I do. I'm very happy that you put community or communities central there. As a chair of the Europeana Network Association, this is what we love to do, to connect not only cultural heritage practitioners and institutions, but all of these stakeholders that we mentioned before across projects. So that's exactly what we visualized here. So I think, thank you, Harry, the big picture is getting more and more clear. We have the data space as a place to easily access trusted and standardized data. And we have the cloud as this collaborative workspace for actually getting hands-on with that data. And then these two arrows kind of represent the virtuous cycle that we have in mind, where both initiatives and both types of actions keep on endlessly and continuously enriching one another. Now, I feel your question looming in the air. This is all great, the theoretical framework, the big vision, but how are we going to achieve this? How are we going to operationalize this? So I propose that we take a next step. Let's dive into some of those concrete mechanics to make this happen. And let's do that together with Valentine Charles, who is the Data Services Director at Europeana Foundation, as well as Remy Petitcol, who is the Head of Research Infrastructures at the Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine. Welcome both on stage. You can warmly applaud them, maybe. Thank you. Okay, so we're now getting really to the heart of the matter of why we are on the stage here. Because after this session, we are going to publish a joint statement, a collaboration agreement between the data space and the cloud on our respective websites, in which we detail already some of the modes of collaboration in 9 key principles. And these principles kind of arch over 4 central themes. So what I want to do with Valentine and Remy is to visit briefly the 4 themes, and this will help you to understand where indeed we do see areas for concrete collaboration. Great. You are also ready to go? Good. Good. First topic. First topic is shared standards and principles. How can it not be? So, of course, the two are not the same. Principles are something completely different than standards. So I also have 2 distinct questions that I will put to you. Principles. I think that a key principle for both initiatives is openness. Certainly also for Europeana from the very early days, and the cloud is all about being open and sharing and inclusive. So my first question would be, how are you envisaging that a joint effort between the 2 initiatives can help to achieve the actual implementation of the principle in practice? My question about the standards, we are all about standards and frameworks, is can you highlight a couple which you expect to align on as 2 initiatives? And maybe also some challenges that you see in coming to that point. I will maybe let you pick who answers first on which of the 2 topics.
Yeah, thank you, Sophie. This is really a quick question that we actually heard about in almost all the presentation, I think, this afternoon and this morning. This was approached in many ways, so there are many elements of answers. But I think a key keyword you gave is how to operationalize it. And we heard actually in the previous roundtables, especially some of the sister projects' main added value, as well as the complexity of doing that through the complexity of communities that will address this question. The field, as Gabriel mentioned, is highly segmented, different types of segmentation, national segmentation, domain-specific segmentation, etc. So really the idea is to accompany these different communities, not to leave them alone, publish the standard and say, hey, you manage it, you connect to both initiatives.
Valentine, which?
Yeah, I will try to answer both questions at the same time. So, as you have heard in the presentation before, the data space really strive for openness of the data. But we also know that in different contexts, maybe the research context, is not always possible to make the data completely openly available, and sometimes it might not be also desirable. So I think beyond the openness, we also need to strive to have the data being shared. That is the most important. And to enable that, we need to work together, so the cloud and the data space, on trying to find standardized mechanism that can still allow us to share as much data as possible, even though those data can't be made openly available. So there are mechanisms, you might be aware of the rightstatement.org, which is the mechanism Europeana used to standardize right statements, but we need to also work on more granular policies that really allow the sharing of data between our 2 ecosystems. So it's really where principles need to be married with standardization, and I think we will be stronger if we work on this together.
Thank you both. I think the last word about standards, frameworks, and principles certainly hasn't been spoken, but it's good that we address them at this stage of the work. I'd like to jump to the second theme, if I may. Second theme, data management and interoperability. Now, there's a buzzword if you ever heard one. So I want to present to you here an imaginary case. So let me embody for a moment a cultural heritage institution that has a really important, interesting set of data and would like to share it onwards to have it being reused at scale. How will I know where to go with my collection? Do I drop a note to a Valentine, or I give you a call, Remy, or maybe I do both just to be sure? I mean, what's the modus operandi here?
I can start. So, I mean, we said that we need to operationalize, and operationalization means also being practical. So I think here we don't want to have institutions having to do double work. So the idea is really to avoid duplication at all levels, and also still making sure that we are impactful in what we do. So as Aris showed in his presentation, the data space provides access to data to everybody. So we are well positioned to be one channel, or a very good, well-positioned and primary channel for this data to be used by the cloud. And on the other hand, we know that because of maybe some specific use case, that might be not the best channel. But we have to be as efficient as possible and also think about making our effort as impactful as possible. So here, the key component is making sure that many different audiences have access to the data, and if it has to start with the data space, then maybe it's the best choice to do. And then we need to decide this based on the use cases. Maybe, Remy, you have already some example of those particular use cases.
Yeah, I think if I go into your fictional scenarios that you just gave, I think, and we see, it really depends what you want to do. If you are a researcher, or if you have a specific conservation-related question, if you have a project on a specific data set that you are not ready, as Valentin mentioned, maybe to publish to the whole world, you have a personal user space, as Johanna showed in her previous slides. If you have the collection managers with the ambition to publish the whole collections for any kind of use, of course, with the correct right statements and the correct IPR, and I think we'll come back to that. The data space will be useful. So really, there are some simple ways, depending on what you need to do, what you want to achieve, and with whom as well, to decide what is the best pathways. But in any case, as Valentin said, really this is one of the main design principles that we want to implement, not to avoid as much as possible overburden, overwork, dual contributions, also bearing in mind that we receive public funding. And so we don't want to create double the task, double the work with the same kind of support.
So if I can complement, because here you see interoperability. So today you heard about those concepts of interoperability and integration. I think the two initiatives will have to work on the two fronts, where we have to make sure that we are indeed interoperable, so creating a seamless workflow. And there might be places where we will need to integrate a bit more, for example, in terms of single entry points, maybe implementing similar methods to authenticate users, etc. So basically, the idea is really to create those seamless workflow and also illustrate those different situations with real use cases. And that's also what we need to develop together. And you will have an example of that a bit later.
Yeah, it's very practical for me that I have you here as a living body for my Q&A, so I can ask you anything and you will come back with something. But what about our stakeholders who are not with both feet in the day-to-day work? Is there any way in which you envisage to give them some guidance, or where can they find out more about which scenario applies better to their specific case?
I think it's something we have to develop. So really through guidelines and recommendation to to test and pilot, also using the ECHOS project as a way to do this, and document as much as possible those steps, so that we have tangible example we can develop together.
Absolutely, I think this process of coming up with this actually joint statement that we'll present, and also the participation of European and partners involved in both initiatives or sister project ECHOS is really leading to some practical solutions, and already some preparation of more practical guidelines, wikis, etc. So more practical resources and really user-oriented resources, and also providers-oriented resources that will be published throughout the course of the implementation, also of this articulation.
Yeah, let's also be honest to our audience here. Like every valuable relationship, it's complicated, right? So we're not saying that this is a simple story, oh yes, one pipeline, oh yes, another. No, but we're working it out by having these conversations. Let's move maybe to the third theme. Capacity building and skills development, really, with the Network Association. This is our baby, this is our darling. So please, could you both take us along in your vision of what the two initiatives can accomplish here together in terms of alleviating the strongest needs that you see in the sector?
Yeah, I think that we share a common trait, that the success of both initiatives relies eventually on the capacity of heritage contribution researchers, etc., to meaningfully contribute. So capacity building is really a key enabling element to both initiatives. And this is also was a design choice in the way Europeana contributes to the ECHOS project in particular. There are many activities, including the capacity building work package. And the idea, again, for the same, is to provide core training in capacity resources that build literacy for the whole community, that enable them to understand actually both those and also other initiatives that there are. Wikidata was mentioned, etc. Those concepts are widely shared across Europe and beyond. And also, when there are some more specialized or advanced capacity building necessities, needs that we see, we want to organize between the two initiatives, not to duplicate efforts, to have a specialization strategy for this kind of resources and events.
Yeah, so the desire is to have integrated curricula, where basically we are taking cultural heritage professionals, but also researchers in the same direction in terms of what they can learn and their learning outcomes. And indeed, sometimes specialization will be needed to support some tasks. An important aspect also of capacity building is also to make sure that we bring value back to the professionals. And that's why we also need to agree on the type of frameworks we are going to put in place around this, especially when it comes to certification. So it's very valuable for professionals taking a training to also get a certification so that they can show to their manager that they have taken a training. If they are more junior in their career, to maybe also apply for credits in the university. So this is really part of the value model and the value system that we can develop together by really integrating our effort.
Thank you. I'm aware of time running fast, so let's jump to the fourth and final theme. It is a bit of a minglemush, governance, advocacy, and collaboration. And I think for this occasion, let's focus for a minute or so on the collaborative idea. So maybe either or both of you want to say something about the road that brought us into the present. So what did we already experience and take away from exploring collaborative paths? And where do we move from here and onwards in terms of concrete steps?
Yes, I would say maybe reflecting back on the process that led us today, especially to this joint session. We worked quite a lot with actually physical meetings, a lot of online meetings, of school shared documents, all sorts of documents to identify where collaboration is most needed, what partners are the most relevant to perform it. through different ways. So we initiated more cooperation on data flows with more technical teams. We initiated cooperation on capacity building that we just mentioned. Also, in terms of positioning the theme and defending the values of cultural heritage and digital cultural heritage in relation to evolving international context as well. This is something that we'll see prominently featured in the joint statement. So there are some more or less formal integration or collaboration bodies that exist within ECHOS, that exist within the data space, that can be mobilized. But I guess the answer is it depends on what kind of elements we are speaking about for collaboration, but hopefully we can reassure you that the collaboration that we envisage in this joint statement is really comprehensive and touches both the technical and the non-technical elements of both initiatives.
And yeah, and because also I hear the music, so maybe we can end on a more lyrical note. So it's also, I mean, we are belonging to the same sector, so we have one voice, and I think we can also use that in terms of our advocating power, especially in the context we are in. So there are a lot of activities around policy, but also the programs that are now currently being defined. And I think if we want to lobby to get more funding for culture, you know, that's also what we can use, speaking about in one voice, and advocate for culture to be recognized as part of those important programs that will help us to continue fulfill our ambitions. So yeah, maybe let's finish on this.
Yes, I don't know if the audience could also hear the music, but it was a true exercise in mindfulness to stay into the conversation. Thank you both so much. Give them a send-off, please. So, we are now 2 steps into the game, right? We have the big canvas, the big idea, the big picture that Harry and Xavier presented. We have some steps and some insights into the operationalization, as it will be detailed, partly at least, in this collaboration agreement that will be signed later here on stage and published after this session. But first, we have final and third step for you, where we will try to demonstrate indeed where lies this extra layer of added value of the 2 initiatives for key stakeholders. We prepared for you a real-life use case. It's a truly inspiring story. I'm sure that it will be as gripping for you as it has been for me since I first heard of it. It's a story of the monastery in the Kalopanagiotis village, or close to the village in Cyprus. I'll have again 2 colleagues who will be presenting this use case. First, Kerstin Arnold, who is the chair of the Europeana Aggregators Forum. Hi, Kerstin. And Nicola Bakirtis from the Cyprus Institute. Please take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction, Sophie. And we've heard it earlier that it's hard to pick a use case. The sister projects struggle a little bit with that. We also heard that use cases are complex, but essentially complexity is our reality. So we have tried to break this one down into bite-sized portions. So please bear with us. And I think we wanted to start with what is in the middle of everything, the community, the users. So, Nicolas, tell us a little bit more about the person that we are currently looking at.
Okay, well, you can already locate our hypothetical user. It's definitely coming from the broad range of experts that engage both the data space and the cloud, experts in the humanities, we've heard historians, archaeologists, philologists, but also conservation scientists, cultural tourism professionals, and so on. In our case, she's somebody coming from the humanities, interested in the cultural history, the art, the archaeology, and the heritage of the ancient, medieval, and modern Mediterranean.
And in this case, this person starts their journey in the data space. So the data space gives two main access points. One is the website, and one is the API where you can actually get the data, and with the data, the links to the digitized objects. So this is an opportunity for you to browse, to discover things that might be of interest of you. And in this case, we've chosen this as our starting point, but that's not where it stops.
Having been able to locate and to frame her interests through the information available in the resources of the data space, our user is in need of more information that will permit her to dig deeper, right? And this is when she can turn to the cloud that can provide her with scientific quality data from a broad range of fields. At the same time, the cloud will, which we know it's a digital collaborative workspace, a digital commons, will support her to engage and work with other experts from different fields. And this way she will learn, share, collaborate with other colleagues, converging on the same topic, but viewing it from different perspectives. For our micro story, as you heard from Sophie, the focus of our users' interest is a medieval monument in the island of Cyprus, and the site of the St. John Lampardistis monastery, which is inscribed in the UNESCO World Heritage List. Being able to access, as I mentioned, quality data available in the cloud, she can have a novel research experience that will enhance her project and her work. The heritage digital twin of the monastery is for us the optimal methodological model to support the integration of data and to enhance the interest and work of our user. In a sense, the concept, as you see there, of an onion and its layers, which provide nutrition to the bulb in its core, is a useful way to visualize the experience of the digital twin. Layers of specialized information come together to support and enrich our knowledge of these World Heritage sites in the Cypriot countryside. For example, curated and critically analyzed historical photos of the monastery to your left, accounts of past travelers, reports of past conservation projects are necessary to provide a context for her work. Digital technologies at the same time provide amazing possibilities to document, to visualize the complex building history of the monastery and its church, to map the archaeological and structural components of such a building, from the amazing elaborate wooden roof to the Byzantine dome to the marble floors and so on. Moreover, the digital twin of the monument can integrate scientific data and analytical results which map aspects of its materiality, and in this case, the famous wall paintings of the monastery. So by being able to have this kind of expert data, our user can definitely enhance and enrich her ideas about the site, be exposed to completely unknown to her aspects of the rich layered heritage of these particular sites. So she now has the opportunity to move beyond the confines of a traditional historical study. Available data also include archaeological and art historical studies of objects in the church, the reliquary and the remains of the local saints, Byzantine icons, hundreds of graffiti of pilgrims who in the past centuries recorded their name, their prayers around the reliquary of the saint. And at the same time, here I want to remind you that this is a living monument. It's not really a museum because it still serves its original purpose, and it continues to be a site of an important local cult. And this allows us to integrate intangible heritage and traditions to our digital twin. In sum, the cloud's digital commons can enable our user to access previously inaccessible data and also to use the cloud as a workspace for collaboration and dialogue, which certainly strengthen the present and the future of our precious cultural heritage.
Yeah, and picking up on this collaboration between the individual researchers and the, in this case, local heritage site or other types of cultural heritage institutions, we also wanted to tell you a little bit about the data space side in terms of how does the data first get into the data space. So we've got the institutions down here with their collections, very different ones, and we already heard the term aggregator earlier, so that's essentially kind of the data service providers that institutions work with in the data space context, and that help them to transform their data, to standardize their data, normalize it, and make it available in the data space. And when we look at what the data space then offers in terms of the reuse cases, we have a variety, of course, also on that side, but we picked out a few which are kind of more on a personal level. So we have, on the one hand, actual art being created based on the data that we have in the data space, or activities for storytelling. But we also have use cases that are more kind of programmatic, that are picking up on the API, that are using the data in the data space in bulk and in large scale. And if we start bringing all of this together, one thing that we wanted to emphasize is that independent of whether we talk about individuals or about institutions, they essentially can start on either side. So there is possibility to exchange, which we will ensure from the side of the infrastructures. And the user can either start in the data space, as we presented here, or they might be starting out in the cloud and going back to the data space at a later point. And to bring everything together, we also here have the virtual cycle that we already seen in the first part of the presentation from Harry and Xavier. So there's a constant dialogue between both of them. There's a constant possibility to change from the one system to the other, and hopefully make the best of both of them. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you both. I think that last drawing is a virtuoso piece of work that again kind of makes explicit how complex are these labyrinths that we're trying to jointly navigate, but we'll get there, sure of this. And it's also discovery as we go. We need to practice in order to learn. That's the message here. Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Nicola. This leads us to the pinnacle of this session. May I invite our two directors, Xavier and Harry, back on stage now, not to talk, you can have a little final famous last word, but I predominantly would love you both to put a scribble to the collaboration agreement that was so carefully drafted over the past couple of weeks by both teams. I see that you brought your best pencils for the occasion. Any comments before you dive into the work?
Maybe very short. I mean, we've, as you can see, put quite a lot of effort in trying to orchestrate this last bit to, including drawings, including onions. This was the first time that we saw this in action. I hope that worked also for you. It worked quite well for me. Maybe just one thing I want to say about this is that, we're going to now ratify something that already exists a little bit. We're going to make it official. In my view, long-term relationships, as you mentioned, right, become interesting when you first acknowledge the commonalities, right? I think we're working towards the same goal overall, but also start to accept and appreciate the differences. And I think that is something, you come from a slightly different environment. The research environment is relatively new to me. There's working ethics and methods of working which are slightly different. And I think I just want to say that I really appreciate how welcoming and open you've been to my quirky kinds of ways of working, including having to visualize everything, otherwise I don't understand it. But I really appreciated the working together so far, and I have a lot of trust we can make this work. Xavier, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Harry. And so I'm also really appreciate, and I'm sure that I'm very happy that we can formalize this first agreement here. But indeed, as you say, there is a lot of work to build this presentation with the two teams, or two teams, and it's very highlighting how we can work together, because I think we discuss a lot of different things, sometimes very detailed, but indeed we are agree. And this is the most important message, that we are agree to work together for the benefit of the community, and also for the long term, as you say, for the long term sustainability of this kind of European level infrastructure. So I'm very happy about that. I'm sure. I'm also want to say that indeed, in fact, what we are doing together actually, we are already behind this agreement in our different detailed working group and so on. So I'm very happy for that, and thank you also.
That was great, thank you. Indeed, we're stepping into the future with these signatures. I don't know if I should call a photographer, yes, for the moment suprême. And there it is. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to all who contributed and who helped in preparing this session. It has been intense and substantial. May I invite perhaps everyone for a joint picture to mark the momentum. What do you think, Harry? Yeah. After the final session. Okay, we have one more keynote speaker to enjoy, right? Okay, that's where I say goodbye and thank you all.
Thank you. So I would like to invite our last keynote speaker, who is Katharina Fraisse from the European Holocaust Research Infrastructure, and she will present the opportunities for cooperation with the Cultural Heritage Cloud.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I did share my... Oh, I just click here. Perfect. Oh, there they are. Well, thank you very much. I have to sort of deal with the slide now. I now realize I'm not just the last item on the agenda until you can have cocktails. I'm also the last item on the agenda until you can have your joint photograph. And I'm not sure how I can top the session just now, which was quite an important moment, I think, for you. But let me start by just saying thank you very much to the ECHOS Consortium for inviting ERI today to share with you our vision and our journey. I think when it comes to scale, ECHOS and ERI are quite different. I think you can already tell by the fact that ERI usually has 2.5 days annual meeting. You clearly have a whole week of annual meetings. That already shows you that it's a completely different scale. I will give quite a general introduction overview into ERI. And I hope that I can still point out a lot of the similarities, I think, that we have in common. So I would like to start by sort of taking you back in time. We've just had a moment of the future, but I would like to take you back in time to when ERI was only an idea, when people thought we should have a European Holocaust research infrastructure. So a research infrastructure which is solely focused on Holocaust research. So that was quite a big idea. And that idea was underpinned by two main arguments. And I think you can probably already see, looking at these slides, that a lot of words, buzzwords that you have already used today. But really the biggest need for an ERI, for a European Holocaust research infrastructure, was to address the very pressing need of fragmentation. And we've again already heard fragmentation today, fragmentation of Holocaust resources and also of expertise. And what do we actually mean when we talk about this? So the Holocaust archive is a very fragmented archive. It's a very big, large archive as well, but it's also hugely fragmented. And not just because it goes across many different countries and many different languages, it's also very fragmented and dispersed because of the nature of the Holocaust history, because of the forced movement of people, but also because of dislocation of government bodies, administrative bodies, and also because of the purposeful destruction of lots of documents by the Nazi regime. But also the Holocaust expertise is traditionally very, very fragmented. Throughout Europe, we have seen different traditions and also different intensity of Holocaust research, ranging from countries where Holocaust research has been given very little attention to countries where there has been a lot of work. So there's a very big fragmentation when you actually look at the field. But also when it comes to how the Holocaust has been looked at. With, for example, Germany, we're looking predominantly, particularly at the beginning from the perpetrator perspective, which makes sense, and other countries taking different lenses when they look at the Holocaust. And secondly, and we've already heard this today again as well, the digital transformation. So it was very clear that the digital turn would bring a lot of opportunities, both to the field of Holocaust studies, but also to the archival sector that sits behind it, and that is very crucial to carrying out Holocaust research. So why did we think a European Holocaust research infrastructure would be the way to go, so to say? So we set out to support transnational research, Holocaust research, to addressing the fragmentation of expertise, trying to move away from national Holocaust research towards a transnational European Holocaust research, addressing the digital, trying to implement digital practice into the field, and also looking at how we can benefit from interdisciplinary research. We also wanted to set new standards for excellence in Holocaust documentation, so very much looking at the archival field again, and also amplify the social relevance. So this is really safeguarding, protecting the historical record that documents the Holocaust. And how did we set out to do this? So, and I will say a bit more later on, we provide virtual and physical access to resources. We also create new communities proactively of interdisciplinary experts, but also connecting archivists with educators, with researchers, with people working in the commemoration sector, and also train the next generation of practitioners and really provide a European home for Holocaust researchers and also other people working in the field. And also, last but not least, to think about how we can better disseminate the results of Holocaust research to also then feed, for example, into education. I'm trying to press this. Well, it must be me, or maybe it's just exhausted after the whole long day. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah. They will save the slide for me. Okay. Apologies. Another technical challenge. Well, I mean, I can maybe already start because I know we are pressed with time. So my next slide will take you 15 years forward to the point where ERI actually became an independent organization. And that was a very, very important moment for us, a big milestone, because it also reaffirmed European commitment to having a European home for Holocaust research, and and to actually, become sustainable and move away from having to always look for project funding. So we were established last year in January on the eve, formally in January, and commemorated on the eve of the International Holocaust Memorial Day, also here in Poland. And we have been founded by 10 member countries, with one country very, very firmly on the way to join as well. And I think what's interesting and also reflects again a bit what you are, but at a different scale, is that we are a big network of institutions, different types of Holocaust-relevant institutions across 10 countries. And we are a distributed research infrastructure, which means that we have a central hub, which I'm representing in Amsterdam, and then we have national nodes in those different countries that then have, again, their own national consortia that deal with Holocaust research. So I thought it would be interesting for you to also know that although we deal very much with immaterial heritage, cultural heritage, so very much with the textual aspect of cultural heritage, we do have a network that is very diverse, just as you have also already talked about your own network. So we have memorial sites, history museums, cultural institutions. So all of those institutions in our network also deal with tangible heritage and look after tangible heritage as well. So what do we actually do now? So I think it's very important, and with this slide I want to just highlight that we are not just a digital infrastructure, we are also very much a human network. So we provide both in-person services and also digital services. And they are both, the in-person services are again to bring people together, to work on common challenges, and to break down those discipline, geographical, and also language silos that we have. While the online services are very much there to help researchers to work with Holocaust data, to find Holocaust data, and then also to use different digital tools to accelerate their research. So our in-person services, I'll try to go very quickly through them. We have one big flagship program, which is the Connie Cristal Fellowship Program, and that was started in 2012, and has been very, very popular, and it enables not just researchers, but also collection holding specialists to access a number of different leading Holocaust archives and research institutions across Europe and also beyond, to then spend 1 to 6 weeks working either on collections that are being held in an institution, but also to exchange expertise, work with people locally, and also start building networks. We then also have 2 different types of activities, the methodological workshops, which are very specific, often on specific methodologies, specific new tools, helping people to actually learn hands-on how to deal with certain tools. And they're again also addressed not just at researchers, but also at collection holding specialists, archivists, data management specialists, and also educators. And then we have the training seminars, which last a bit longer. They're usually 5 days, and they're really very, very in-depth and very hands-on. And these transnational activities are then complemented by national activities. So each national node, each national consortium also offers specific fellowships, workshops, and seminars as well. So there's a lot of activity, in-person activity actually going on. We then have our online services, and the flagship service that we have is our online portal, which addresses this big challenge of fragmentation. Now we'll go into this a bit more in detail. I just wanted to also highlight the other services which are there to really help researchers contextualize and also annotate and work with the different, often digitized documents, but also, for example, provide access to geospatial data. We also have different training modules and a bibliography of photographs, and then last but not least also a podcast, which is a bit of an outreach mechanism that we have, where we present stories, personal stories of the Holocaust through the lens of objects. So before I dive a bit more into the portal, I just wanted to also quickly show our overall history. So how did we actually get here? It might be quite nice for you to see that you can start from a massive vision and then actually make it somehow. I think it's very clear to see, or very clear here to see, that funding from the European Union was crucial. The European Commission's support was very crucial for us to get where we are. So we had 3 different lots of funding that you can see at the top, which were meant to really conceptualize and test our ideas, and then to build the community, and then to slowly produce all the different services that I've just shown you very briefly. That they have been very creatively named AV1, AV2, AV3, and they went from 2010 to 2025. So so just last year. And then in 2018, we realized that we really needed to find a way to sustain what we were doing. So we applied to the European Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructure, which is a policy mechanism of the European Union that sort of identifies the big challenges and the big research themes, science themes across Europe that need sustained investment at the transnational level. And once you get onto this roadmap, you then can have access to the types of funding which are underneath that then enable you to do the work that you are also now doing, to think about what sort of organization do we want to be, what sort of legal framework, how do we want to operate. And we had 2 lots of those fundings as well. So this sort of shows in a nice visual way, I find, what the portal has actually done and the work that has been going on within ERI in the last 15, 16 years. So we have identified archival institutions across the world or located in 60 countries that hold relevant archival sources. And that is, there's lots of, not lots, but there are archives that are specifically dedicated to Holocaust documentation. But there's also many, many, many small archives, many very small little places, particularly also in Eastern Europe, which only became accessible after the end of the Eastern Bloc, after the end of the communist time, Soviet Union. And so we're still looking and identifying places where there is actually archival material that is important to fully research and fully understand the Holocaust. So building then on this identification work, we have then integrated metadata on those archival sources. And so far we have metadata on 390,000 archival units in the portal. In addition to that information, the portal also provides country reports, which is basically reports that give a very brief overview of the history and of the country and the Holocaust history, and also of what sort of what the archival situation is like and what researchers might find in that country if it's not yet as accessible. So I'd just like to quickly go through to sort of explain a bit the challenge of the Holocaust archives, what we have actually done, and I hope I can explain that in an accessible way. So this shows you, the 2 photos on the left show you Caserne de Saint in Mechelen in Belgium. Some of you might be familiar. So this was a place, it was formerly a barrack, I think, but that turned then during the Second World War, turned into a transit center and deportation center, where many Jews and Roma and Sinti were brought together and then deported towards the east, and most of them were murdered in mainly Auschwitz, but also in other camps. And in the middle you see the variety, the diversity of documents that were basically taken off the people when they had to report to the camp. So it's all sorts of very, very different, diverse documents that they had to basically hand in to the Nazis. And on the right, you see the lists, the deportation lists, the transit lists that were then done by the Nazi regime. So here you see in a very simplistic schema how then those, based on those transport, and classified in a certain way and then made available in a certain system, cataloging system. But this varies significantly across different archives. So the big challenge is not, as I mentioned earlier, the intentional destruction of the evidence, the dislocation of people and administrative bodies. And so that led to the big fragmentation and also dispersion across Europe and beyond. But it's also not just now a very complex transnational patchwork of different archives. We also have very, very different practices and systems. So it's very difficult and complex for researchers to actually not just find, but then also understand what they might actually get to see in an archive. So this is just to demonstrate how diverse all these different ways of cataloging and describing sources can look like. So there's 6 different screens from 6 different archives that we have worked with. And then what we have done, what the ERI portal now provides, is an integration of all the different archival descriptions from around the world, but based on on an international standard system. So it's all all now described and presented in the same way, in a very standard way. And in addition to that, there's also a lot of contextualization and linking and enriching going on of the archival material. For example, the Holocaust archives is also one of the most copied archives in the world. So there's a lot of copies in different archives, and then it's very difficult to actually understand the provenance of the material if you don't know which copy relates to which original. So we're doing quite a lot of linking of copy original. So there's a lot of extra information that researchers can actually access. So we provide a single entry point and a very powerful search engine to help researchers do their work more efficiently. This is just very quickly the same sort of description that I showed earlier, but how they now appear in the ERI portal. And I think what's maybe also interesting to say is that we have seen many archives that have worked with us also changing as a consequence their own archival management system. So realizing that actually the way they have done their management system doesn't really work and doesn't really allow other people to use their data. It doesn't help them to increase access and visibility of the data. So working with ERI has really changed the practices of archival management for a lot of our archives that work with us. So I've got 2 more slides. I don't know how I'm doing with time. This is just a very quick summary to sort of highlight some of the things that we've done in the area of digital humanities, and it sort of summarizes what I've already said. But yeah, we do integrate metadata in a very structured way, and then provide that in a unified and centralized platform. We also then provide different online platforms that enable researchers to publish data. So the edition, for example, then provide a certain thematic or geographically selection of material in an digitized and annotated way and enriched. We also develop and co-develop computing tools and methods to do all that work to basically provide the data and also work with the data. We provide training in the use of digital tools and methods, not just to researchers, but also to archival professionals and institutions. And we also facilitate cross-disciplinary work that can then lead to new competing tools and methods. So we've been working with Clarin, for example, on using language processing tools on testimonies. And again, that is for Clarin a very interesting corpus, because Holocaust testimonies are also very, very complex in their language. They're multi-language. They're often with a lot of accents and dialects, and they also have, just as an example, use lots of different names for one city, for example. So it's quite a challenging corpus to work with. And we're also involved in the Graphia project on knowledge graph for social science and humanities that was mentioned earlier on as well. I think I'm doing good in time, which is very nice. So I'm not keeping you very much longer from your cocktails. So I just wrote down a few very simple points, but I think they're actually, having listened now to some of the sessions this afternoon, I think this is already what you're doing within ECOS anyway, but I think it's also something that we could work together between ERI and ECOS and some of those sister projects to really jointly development tools, but also to learn from each other, to keep accelerating the digitalization and also preserving of cultural heritage. I think there's a lot that we could do in joint capacity building and training, again, to accelerate the digital transformation. Also, I think we can jointly work on open access to data, and also, that's already been mentioned several times, interoperability of data sets, and also joint networking across the cultural heritage sector. So thank you very much for sticking around. I will also stay, so if you have any questions over cocktail, if you want to know anything specific, this was quite a general introduction, I'm here and I'd be very happy to answer some questions. Thank you very much for listening to me.
So we are at the end. Thank you very much for this keynote. Very interesting keynote. I don't see anything. You are already here, or is there nobody? Thank you very much to all to attend this event. I want to thank particularly all our colleagues that they are involved in this Alpha Day for the presentation. I want also to thank all the partners, the sister project for their involvement and for coming here. And particularly, I want to thank the coordination team of ECOS that they make a lot of work, like a couple of weeks and months to prepare this event with a great and very strong cooperation with the PSNC. She leaves when I talk about the PSNC. But thank you very much for all the team of the, but not PSNC, PCSS, sorry. Thank you very much. And, Thank you also for the National Museum for hosting our event. And just before the cocktail, Ola, you have a message.
Yep, thank you. What a day. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. So thank you all for coming. Sorry. So before I go, I will teach you how to say our name. It's PCSS. Yeah. Yeah, and you get bonus points if you can say the full name in Polish. So what we wanted to do before we let you enjoy the cocktail time and the networking is to take a photo of all of us. So please, if you can come to the stage, and those who will not fit on the stage, you can walk the stairs, and yeah, we'll try a couple of pictures, and then we'll come this way for the reception. And yeah, thank you.